I should just go home. Okay, good evening and welcome to the Westborough Select Board meeting called here on Tuesday, January 27th at 6 p.m. Being past 6 p.m., I do call the meeting to order. Because this will be hybrid meeting tonight with Select Board Member Marshall joining us sometime very soon, I will read as attached on the agenda that pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025, an act extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, this meeting will be conducted in person and via remote means in accordance with applicable law. This means that members of the public body, as well as members of the public, may access this meeting in person or via virtual means. In-person attendance will be at the location listed on the agenda, and it is possible that some or all members of the public body may attend remotely, with in-person attendance consisting of members of the public. The meeting may be accessed remotely via the Microsoft Teams meeting as identified on the properly posted agenda. And when required by law or allowed by the chair, persons wishing to provide public comment or otherwise participate in the meeting may do so by in-person attendance or by accessing the meeting remotely, as noted previously. Additionally, the meeting will be broadcast live in real time via Verizon Channel 28 and Charter Channel 192, or via Westborough TV's online platforms at westboroughTV.org and youtube.com/Westborough TV. And just to note, this meeting will be live streamed and recorded by Westborough TV. Just one thing to note before I do the Pledge of Allegiance here, that the town manager will not be joining us tonight. She's had a family situation and had to leave a little bit earlier today, and we wish her our thoughts and our prayers with her as she's dealing with issues with her family. So at this point, I'd ask that all those that are able to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now I will open the floor for open forum. Is anybody here for open forum this evening? Mr. Savoy?
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. I have copies of.
Is this for open forum or for the
Public hearing.
Oh, is it? Oh, this is a different, okay.
This will be for the public hearing. Yeah, so this is for open forum.
Oh.
So we will recognize you during the
Keep
public.
these, you're gonna need them. Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay. Okay, open forum.
Good evening, members of the board. Kevin Barry, 8 Indian Pond Road. Basically, I just want to read a letter that I submitted to you last week, but I had two quick things to mention. First was, foremost was kudos, shout out to the DPW. Did a great job this past snowstorm. I know they worked their butts off. Great job overall. I know it's a thankless job sometimes, but again, kudos for those guys for hard work and what they did. Secondly is the letter I'm reading is a letter I submitted to both the planning department. Sorry, is this working here? Planning department and directed and CC the Westborough Select Board. I just want to bring to attention once again the Select Board's communication policy, where upon receipt of an email, all senders are supposed to receive a bounce back message or an acknowledgement message. It's still not happening. I've received in almost 2 years now one bounce back message. So it's unacceptable in this day and age that there should be no excuse for that. So I had no idea until I walked into the planning department and someone referenced the letter that I wrote that anybody even got it or heard it or saw it or read it. So this needs to be fixed. It shouldn't happen. All right, so the letter I'm going to submit for public record too is what I wrote to the planning department and CC'd the select board last week in regards to a planning board meeting on Tuesday, January 20th. The letter reads, I am writing regarding agenda item 5 on the revised January 20th planning board meeting agenda. The topic was request for letter of support from Northborough Planning Department for Mass Trails grant application for BWALT feasibility study. It is critical to address the circumstances surrounding this request and the individual driving it. After reviewing multiple meetings of the Northborough Select Board, Planning Board, and Open Space Committee, it is evident that Don Byrne, a member of Westborough's Active Transportation and Safety Committee, ATSC, has repeatedly inserted himself into Northborough's planning process. He has made presentations, contacted officials, and referenced his ATSC position despite prior concerns raised about his representation and involvement by this board, the Westborough Select Board members. Key timeline for Mr. Byrne's engagement with Northborough. January 13th, 2025, at a Select Board meeting, Northborough's, he presented a BWALT for over an hour, requested Northborough's support for a Westborough Mass Trails grant at the time, and offered to assist Northborough with its potential future grant and feasibility study. In July of 2025, he met with Northborough's town manager and planner to discuss BWALT and the Aqueduct Trail, after being asked not to. September 29th, 2025, at Northborough's Open Space Committee meeting, he delivered another hour-long presentation, again offering to prepare Northborough's feasibility study and grant application. November of 2025, he walked the proposed Northborough BWALT section with Northborough's town planner. November of 24th of 2025, at the Open Space Committee meeting, the town planner highlighted Mr. Byrne's proposed services, which included grant writing and offering his consulting fees as an in-kind match. This contribution was the deciding factor in Northborough's decision to pursue the Mass Trails grant. Mr. Byrne's offers included, and this is in recording on Northborough's website, he will lead or co-author the feasibility study for BWALT and/or their Aqueduct Trail. He will contribute his time, valued at $100 an hour, as an in-kind match, so the town, Northborough, does not need to raise matching funds for their Mass Trails grants. He can work through Waterman Design Group as an employee and donate his billable hours fee to Northborough. WDA, in turn, will handle engineering components. He's willing to conduct public walks, prepare sketch maps, and estimate user counts and help with grant writing. He can help bring the project to the Legislative Trails Caucus to push MWRA into constructive engagement. He further underscored his expertise by criticizing Westborough's original feasibility study as poorly written, claiming he spent around 1,000 hours rewriting it, while noting his standard rate was $250 an hour, and he did not build Westborough accordingly. So herein lies the conflict of interest. Mr. Byrne, a Westborough ATSC committee member, is effectively proposing to serve as both an advocate and paid consultant, even if donated, for a project he is promoting. His offer to cover Northborough's matching funds through his own billable hours creates a direct financial and ethical conflict. It is deeply concerning that this arrangement is being positioned as a benefit rather than a liability. And as I wrote this to the planning board, I said, before issuing a letter of support, I urge the board to consider whether endorsing this grant request under these circumstances aligns with principles of transparency and impartiality. Respectfully, Kevin Barry. So in essence, I'm disappointed that this is not an agenda item being addressed by the select board. In essence, obviously, it was at the planning board meeting. You are the oversight committee, board for the ATSC. You've spoken about this before. So in essence, with your memorandum of understanding with the planning board, and here with regards to BWALT, you're creating a situation of plausible deniability with committee members, residents, and also town officials. So I urge someone to address this and make sure this gets taken care of, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Yes.
Hi, Joanne Aramini, 7 Meadow Road. I'm here to follow up on my open forum request from the last select board meeting. You just heard from Kevin that Don Byrne continues to overstep his boundaries as a member of the ATSC committee. There's conflict of interest concerns with his behavior in every aspect of this project. You promised over a year ago to address the role and the responsibilities of the ATSC committee. You even made it one of your select board goals. About a month and a half ago, Member Marshall asked to have it as an agenda item. Nothing has been done. This is a $25+ million project in 2021 dollars that you all have decided is a priority project, and nothing is done about it. Second follow-up item. I'd like to know, please, the start date when all of the town committee and other meetings are going to be recorded for public access. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here for open forum? Okay. Okay, next we will move into the agenda item for our budget hearing. This is a public public hearing, so I think we have to open up the public hearing. So if I have a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. I see Shelby.
Yes, Marshall,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so roll call vote. So Marshall, yes.
Silverberg, yes.
EO, yes.
Welch, yes.
And Johnson, yes. The public hearing is open. Jonathan, thank you. Do appreciate you and Kim filling in for Christy.
Not a problem. John Steinberg, Finance Director. Not my usual role up here that I'm used to, but we'll get through it, and forgive me if I stumble a little bit compared to my classification hearings. So we're here tonight for the Westborough fiscal 2027 budget and capital plan. This meeting, as you know, will kick off the process, and then we have our tri-board meeting on Thursday, the budget having been presented to you on December 21st. So as we get into it, I thought when I say I now, it's Christy and me and Kim, and so I'm going to say I, but it's not I in the context. Thought it important to emphasize what's going on, not just in Westborough, but in the state and country as a whole. The state and communities within it rely very much on federal and state funding. Cities and towns get 26% of their revenue from the state. About 31% of the overall revenue comes into cities and towns from government entities. Last year was $14 million that we got in state aid, just over that. So to give you an idea, if that wasn't that, right, taxpayers would be asked to come up with 14 million more. Municipalities are restricted in what we can do about this, right? We conservatively estimate, but we're restricted in what we could do to drive local revenue or keep up with inflation and still maintain key services. What can we do about it? Well, currently in the government, there's a Municipal Empowerment Act package that has reforms that include local options to extend local tax availability, including meals and hotels. We're very fortunate to have that. There are lots of communities that don't. Incentivize regionalization efforts through grants, technical assistant pilots, which we pursue wherever we can, and pursue lasting reform in the form of legacy costs and healthcare pension liabilities. The MMA has spent a lot of time talking about this. We're not the only ones. I think that it's an issue throughout the state, and we push and push for the governor and the state Congress to be more generous relative to Chapter 70 and unrestricted state aid. Just to review the budget process over the course of the year, we kick it off in September 29th of this year with our tri-board meeting. Our capital requests from the departments are due September 15th. We did that a little earlier this year than we had in the past. We asked for their initial budgets to be submitted to us by October 10th. On November 7th, we looked for our budget narratives. And prior to that, on November 3rd, we asked that any department that's looking to expand services, add personnel, submit them in the form of a program improvement request, what we call PIRs, so that they can pull out and point out what they're looking to add relative to where their budget is, what their requests are, the add-ons. Starting November 10th, Christy and I sit down with each and every department and review their budgets line by line. We go through them. We talk about the PIRs, right, and why they think that it should be there and why this year is really the year that we should adopt that. And we work really hard to get our budget done by December 21st. It's the best time in the year for us. Just Love it. And then we have the budget hearing, which will be today, and the budget summit, which is on Thursday. One of the things we'll talk about is the benchmark communities. After we had used the dashboard communities for some time, there'd been a lot of pushback. So we spent time coming up with criteria to compare communities throughout the state, looking at a number of different criteria. We narrowed it down to 15 different criteria, and they're weighed in different ways, given different weights, with different weight for distance, population. We set the population parameters at larger than 10,000, smaller than 40,000, to sort of give us a narrower scope to start with. And then we looked at per capita income, average single family value, percent of residential versus commercial property, split tax rate so we can account for that, public safety expenditures, education expenditures. The goal in this was to really focus on affordability, right? This was about the numbers, not about performance measures, okay? It wasn't comparing quality, it was comparing the raw data, it was evaluating affordability. And we came up with 15 other additional communities in place of the benchmark communities that we'll use going forward, and see how this goes with these communities. So the budget goals. So this came out of the budget summit, that the request from the meeting with the Select Board Advisory Finance Committee and School Committee, the message coming out of that was to establish a level service budget, which reflects the cost that it would take to provide the same level of service. Understanding that there are fixed costs that include insurance, electricity, debt, that are amounts that we can't avoid. The town has contractual obligations, obligated step increases, and those are the things that we have to absorb before we can consider where we're at and where we might go. Whether or not we have to put more pressure in cuts, where we look to, obviously we're looking to streamline and be more efficient in monies that we spent. But when we consider any of those PIRs, we have to consider it in the context of maintaining a level service budget as it relates to taxes as well. And sometimes those PIRs are what it takes to maintain that level service budget. So the budget process, people have often asked us, how do we go through this? How do we push back? So we do a current review of needs and changes in departmental program or services. So we look at what they're spending and what they're not spending, and what programs they had been offering that they're not offering, and how that can be shifted into new programs. The goal is not necessarily to cut if there's more modern ways that we can use it and still provide similar services, but we're not providing the services that we were in the past. If we're not going to spend that money in an efficient way that provides a similar service, then we look at where that is. We want to make sure that they can justify the line item. We look at historical spending in line items, and we redistribute funds so that all the line items really should be in the black each year. There are certain one-time events that come up in each line item. We're bottom line budgets, and so that's okay, with the exception of separating salary and wages and expenses for departments. But the important thing is that we recognize where those expenses are being spent so that we can adjust within the budgets, so that each year we can be as lean as possible, knowing where we're spending our money, not running certain things in the red every year. Let's use the money where we know it is, so we can be transparent to the taxpayers every year as to where that money is being spent and what lines. And then we review the PIRs and determine whether or not this is the year to include them, as it distributes amongst all the departments. We have to look at them as in a big picture context relative to adding staff or expanding services. And this is just a picture of this year. The total department requests were $25.6 million, approved by and recommended by the town manager was $25 million. So there was $578,000 that we did not recommend to go forward into the budget. And so this is just an example so that people can understand that we do a lot of work going into this. We don't just rubber stamp budgets. In addition, on the other side, if we find expenses that are not being covered, we want to look at that and see why they're not being covered. Not every department comes in and we just look to cut We want to make sure that if the DPW is overspending on their police duties, why have they been overspending year in and year out? And do they have enough money overall to cover that? So I think that's important to emphasize, that we do a lot of work and the department heads do a lot of work going into that process. And sometimes it takes more than one meeting. So this is the overall impact of what came out of that. Bear in mind that the presented amounts do not include for outstanding items, which we'll list shortly, and that if you add up the total tax impact, you do not get the $624 because there's also an increase in revenues that offset some of that. But relative to the expenditure tied directly to that increase at the tax rate, you'll see the town budgets account for $114, the school $361, fixed cost $158, and then you have your retirement in Assabet Valley. Fiscal 2027 budget. So for the town side, we have a $637,613 increase in salary. The impact on the average single family is $78 out of that $624, and the expenses, the town expenses, are going up $282,536, which is $35 of that $624. Just to reflect on what happened last year, we were asked to reduce 1% of the budget, and we did that. We reduced by $292,810.42, with realizing health insurance savings as well. And this is a list of the things that we cut and adjusted relative to the request of the Select Board and the Advisory Finance Committee. Looking at these services, this is just a picture of some of the things that were cut relative to staffing. The minibus drivers we are leaving out, but given what we've discussed previously here with the WRTA revolving fund, which has now been approved, we've been able to reallocate those funds to the part-time administrative assistant in the tax collector's office, so we can get that office back open again on Mondays, and the administrative assistant in the Board of Health. So there's still a net gain in that, but the expenditure would be $1.35 for the finance department and $2.23 for the Board of Health, but that's still a net with the reduction of just about $5. So within this budget, we do have a few increases relative to staffing. Council on Aging, a program coordinator, the budget impact of $14,284. That's $1.75. Local building inspector, we're proposing to bring on a full-time building inspector now, but in doing that, we're going to reduce the reduce the hours for one of the part-time inspectors that we use. We currently have 2 part-time inspectors that fill the hours that are available. So it's not that we have hours for 2, it's just it varies depending on availability, but they both conduct different responsibilities. And we're moving the weights and measures responsibilities into the building inspector roles. We looked into how that can be accomplished, and we think we can do it within the existing staff and responsibilities. Additional patrol officers, they presented to you a COPS hiring grant, which was voted for, and so that COPS hiring grant would be $84,634. In year 1, there's an offset to that grant of $40,000, so the net is $5.49 for the average single family. And then the additional firefighter, this was added recently in fiscal 26 due to a military leave of a firefighter. It was longer than expected, and so they had to create a position, an opportunity to fill that slot. They received military pay, and we have to make up the net difference between what they would receive in military pay and what we would have been paying them, and so that does leave some opportunity for us to add an additional position to fill in those shift hours. The big budget drivers of the $262,000, Public Works, $104,698. Some of that is the landfill budget, which was moved here, and the administrative vehicle repair. So forth, those two budgets were shifted into the public works. Medical billing was increased in the fire department. That's one of those line items where every year, as we increase our revenue for ambulance, it comes with an offset. We pay a company to collect and administrate those bills, and it's a big task, but that comes with an offset because we obviously need to pay them. The revenue is a general fund revenue, but there is an expense line within the fire department. Police department, they had a big increase in their body worn and taser contract this year, which accounted for a big chunk of that 104,698. A lot of these things are driven by contract increases. Informational in IT department, the web content accessibility guidelines under Title II and compliance for the website and licensing was an increase of $24,000. The legal expenses, which I think Christy discussed previously, the last few years we've had to come back and ask for more money for legal expenses. We've been very conservative in it from year to year, and we thought worthy of increasing it this year by $35,000. And then there's a decrease in youth and family services relative to reducing a contract that we had carried of $8,000. Also, something to point out is something that is going to be subsidized through taxes, raise and appropriate. That's been discussed, the cable TV franchise agreement for the town. The Westborough TV no longer able to cover their budget. The subsidy from the taxpayers expected in 2027 will be $232,376, which is $29. And I'll just point out all of the recording that they do for us, all the time that they spend is part of this agreement for them to cover services, many of which they were covering before at their expense, but those expenses, given increases, something that they can no longer sustain, as well as the fact that a big portion of their revenues were generated by cable TV providers. Less and less cable TV users caused less and less money coming in for the Westborough TV. And then there's the Waste Management Enterprise Fund. Waste Management Enterprise Fund, as you know, is not self-sustaining, so there is a $484,527 subsidy towards that. Bear in mind that previously we had a landfill budget that was over $700,000. So this is simply an offset to what was a landfill budget, being offset by fees, pay-as-you-throw fees, transfer station permit fees. I think right now, given that it's year 2 coming into that, I think it's a good year to sort of sit tight and see where we're at as we progress, how we can get further along if we're going to work to reduce that subsidy. Fixed cost drivers. We have another decrease in debt that we're projecting, negative down by 8.54% or another $1 million as it was down last year. A lot of the debt that we have outstanding is coming to its fruition, so the interest costs are less and less. As you may know, in bonds, the principal costs are fixed. Every year you pay a fixed principal cost. Unlike your mortgage, you can't really pay them off earlier by paying additional principal, but the interest amount does decrease as you go forward. Insurance, we are projecting 11.76 or 2.3 million, $283 on the average single family. And we are level funding electricity. This was the first year of our new electric contract, and we were able to achieve, through watching the electric rates very closely, we were able to achieve a reduction in what our contracted electricity rate is for the town. Relative to health insurance, it being one of the biggest drivers, to point out what we've done over the past to try to keep our health insurance costs as low as possible. Each year we look at it and try to do what we can by changing carriers, which we had to do in 2025. We've moved medical and dental insurance 2018. We've adjusted co-pays in 2017. We moved retirees from Tufts to Blue Cross, and we changed carriers as an entire town. Okay, from Tufts, from Tufts to Blue Cross. So these are changes that Kim and Christy work on every year with our consultants to try to reduce that increase every year. When you look at the chart, you could see, okay, there's been some big increases, but compared to other communities and other issues and things that you hear of 15, 20% increase in health insurance costs, I'll speak for myself. I think that these numbers are increases and they are not low, but they reflect the hard work that goes into trying to maintain this expense as best possible. Outstanding debt items that we've discussed. Insurance budget. We won't know that insurance budget as to what the actual number is until later in the year. The VOTEC high school assessments, we now have 2 VOTEC high schools, Norfolk Aggie as well as Assabet. They don't set their budgets until later in the year, so we don't know what those final numbers will be. State aid, as you know, we haven't even seen both budgets come out of the House and the Senate, or the governor. Thank you, governor. That's what it is. And so until we get those numbers, right, we're very conservative in that number. We don't want to be in the wrong side. I don't know whether it was last year or 2 years ago that we were literally sitting at the budget summit when we got the numbers, and they were a couple $100,000 lower than what we projected. It was, if you could draw a good picture and a bad example, that was it for us. And the debt budget, we borrow, as you know, in March, so we won't really know what the rates are going to be on that debt. We're looking at rolling and taking on about $58 million in short-term debt this year, some of which is new, some of which is not. The union contracts that are currently being negotiated and outstanding: police patrol, 26 full-time positions; firefighters, 47, and the police chief's contract. Revenues, a lot of talk about revenues. Our timeline for revenues. So we prepare the budget in December, right? In December, we don't have much in terms of our basis of revenues because we're really working on this in November, which really gives us July, August, and September, some of October, relative to what revenues we've received. And it's hard to project an entire fiscal year based upon that. Our big excise commitment doesn't go out until February or March, and that's millions of dollars. And so it's very difficult for us to project what those revenues are going to be so early. At the annual town meeting in March, we still have somewhat of a limited window, right? We're looking at half the year, maybe a little bit more. In July, we're at the close of the fiscal year, right? So we have a better picture of what we're talking about as we look now at fiscal 27. All those numbers that we're looking at previously are for fiscal 27. I'm talking about only have partial years of fiscal 26. So if we only have 4 months of fiscal 26, projecting into fiscal 27 is not one of my favorite parts of our jobs. But we do look at it throughout the year, and we make adjustments as best we can in whichever direction we think is right. When COVID happened, we did a good job, I think, of adjusting down where we needed to so that when it came time for the budget, we were in good shape of knowing what we could project our revenues at. In October, prior to town meeting, we do another hard look at it, and then prior to classification, because we set our estimated revenues in order to set the tax rate. And this is just a look at the chart. The red indicates revenues. Black points indicate revenues estimated at the time of the annual town meeting of each year, and the red points indicate the numbers used when we finally set the tax rate in November. And so you can see in many years, you can see that there's a substantial difference in where they are and how we adjust throughout the year. In some years, there's not, because revenues look like they're going to be flat. One of the difficult things with revenues, and it's hard to just look at year to year, is there's many years that there's single large items that are reflected well over $1 million in revenues. So it's easy to come in higher over $1 million if we have $1 million settlement or something else comes our way, an excess, or an Amazon comes our way and starts pulling very large permits that are unexpected. And here's how revenues are applied. So you can see relative to a large percent that is the tax levy, state aid, and local receipts. So local receipts, you can see, are still less than state aid in each year. And communities that estimate in the wrong direction, right, they have a deficit, they have to raise that the following year on the recap sheet. We don't ever want to be there, right? Because then it just hits the next year even harder. Average single-family increases and estimating factors, right? This is similar to what I was talking about before, only worse kind of for the assessor, because the assessors just set their tax rate in November, set their values, and then we want them to come up with a number for the overall estimated value of the town and the estimated average single-family value for work that they've barely even begun. Right? But with a December 21st due date of the budget, there's no choice. When I was the assessor, I put that off as long as I could. Christy would say to me, "What is it?" I don't know. And that's one of the challenges that we face. And one of the reasons in the past that we've seen that larger number come forward prior to the end of the year as it goes down, smaller number at the end of the year. But people out with pitchforks and torches at the beginning of the year, because we're estimating so soon. We're estimating revenues so soon when we have less information. Estimating expenses. Again, we haven't spent a lot in 2026 to estimate for 2027 when we're setting a budget in December. Okay? And these are all the challenges that we face every year. And part of the reason why you can see a big difference between setting the budget and presenting it in December to when we finally get to our October town meeting and setting the tax rate. Our current projections.
Jonathan, can I just, sorry to interrupt, but back prior slide to this, I think the big thing, we've talked about this year over year, is the reason to be conservative at this time and try to be conservative is what you have written there, is that if we have a deficit, so we overestimated revenue, as I understand it, basically we have to make that up, free cash, whatever, and that does not require town meeting vote. We just have to make it up and cover that money.
Correct.
So being conservative allows the town meeting to make the decision. If we say, oh, we're going to put revenues wherever they are, and then we estimate it too high.
Yeah, the difficult part of that is when the assessor's certifying the recap, right? And that's why it mentions need to raise it on the recap on the levy. When we go to enter that, right, we're entering in our estimated receipts, we're entering in the actuals from the prior year. If there's a net difference over a certain percent, we have to explain that to the Department of Revenue. We're entering our expenses in the same way, our retirement. And in the end, all that shows us our total amounts to be raised. And so if you have a deficit, that's going to go into increasing what your levy amount's going to be. And that's going to impact what your tax rate is. So even if you think it's going to be one way in October town meeting or going into it, and then you finalize the numbers in late November, early December, right, and something else has come in short, as the assessor and finance director, we have to put in there real numbers, because if they're off, it has to be raised the following year without choice. And that's not a position we ever want.
Thank you.
Yeah. So our projections for the upcoming year. So the projection this year is $624, estimated on the average single family, which is 4.84% over what it was in fiscal 26. Note in fiscal 26, it was 586. I think if you recall, when Christy was standing here last year, I think it was over 900. In 2025, I think, was that the year that it was over 1,000? And yeah, that was not a great year for me. But, it just points out that we don't really know at this stage, but this is what we're estimating. This is our comparison communities, the benchmark communities, as we stated. You can see we're at 12,900. Mr. Savoy points out that we are at the high end, and yeah, we are at the high end. You know, we're third from the top. Excess levy capacity. We've talked about being within Proposition 2.5. Proposition 2.5 allows the increase by 2.5% over the prior year's levy limit plus new growth. In the last 10 years, I think it actually goes back 10 years prior to this, we've only been outside of that and reduced our excess levy capacity on 2 occasions. In 2019, we ate into our excess levy capacity by 2.3 million. And in 2025, we did it by 1.1 million. Those are the only 2 years that you're looking at that our spending ate into our excess levy capacity, which means that year we spent beyond what our Prop 2.5 restrictions would have been, okay, had we no excess levy capacity. Talk a little bit about the capital plan. Our capital process, this year we asked departments to identify 15 years of what they may need. And I will point out, not, praising Christy because she's not here, but Christy spent a lot of time doing this, and I think she did a great job of putting forward this 15-year plan that really lays out where projects can fall to minimize the impact, both upon our reserves as well as on taxpayers and borrowing. So we scheduled these town funds over the next 15 years to achieve the following. Debt, to limit our debt to a schedule that can be sustained with other debt declines or available funds, and to maintain the use of free cash between 1 and 1.5% of our general fund operating budget, which is within our fiscal management policies. Once they submitted those requests, we took them and looked at the big picture and worked with departments to schedule them in context of not just their department, but all the others. And then we went back to them and said, what do you think about this? Does this work within your timetable? Do we need to move things around? And we did all this prior to presenting to the Capital Expenditure Planning Committee, because it was important to understand the priorities of the departments beyond 5 years. Important to understand for the town what's coming and what's on the schedule, not just for the 5 years, but beyond that. To bring the school involved, the school was very involved in this. The school projects are on there. It's never to say that there won't be things that come up, but hopefully this will act as a guiding document for a long time to come, given the process and work that went into it. We have 2 sources primarily. The Capital Stabilization Fund, which Christy is proposing. Capital request estimated at 1 to 1.5% of the operating budget. Restricting that with free cash. Sorry, I'm reading this one, not mine.
Yeah, this is basically,
Yeah.
because she went through this with us, it's that we're going to stay at that 1 to 1.5%.
1 to 1.5%. And if available free cash beyond that, we would move it to a capital stabilization fund, which would be money set aside beyond the town's traditional stabilization fund to reserve specifically for capital. So it's, instead of spending it on capital in that year, we're setting aside for a year that we may need it to be within that 1 and 1.5%. And then there's a capital improvement fund, which is the Pulte monies people ask us frequently about. That money is coming in, and we're using it to pay down our short-term principal, which is part of what has allowed us to reduce our debt budget year in and year out. And we're estimating in future years that it will start accumulating beyond what are the 5.6 million at the 2020 levels when we set the standard in 2035, at which point we'll be accumulating a large sum, estimated about 5.6 million. So we'll be able to pay for that right out of that fund, and we'll be reserving it. So in the future, when we have larger items, we'll be able to use these funds instead of borrowing for those larger items. And this is a picture at the 5 years, just to give you better look of how it all lays out. So proposed funding, if you look at the bottom where it says free cash under over max of 1.5, that's explaining, so with the given projects, we have $256,594 in fiscal 27 that was not dedicated yet to a capital item to stay within our 1.5%. And that can be taken into consideration as we go through the year and approach October town meeting if there was something out there that needed expending on. It lays out what the projects and where monies are going, ambulance receipts reserved, $200,000 going into there each year. We're going to pull from that we're proposing to pull from that this year to buy an ambulance. It's a great example of monies that are set aside. Those monies are set aside specifically from receipts to pay for ambulances that have a specific purpose. They cannot be used for other items. And she also has the borrows laid out. I don't have mouse.
So John, so if I look at this and it looks at the top and the bottom, it's basically that since we have free cash under that 1.5, the plan is at the top there is that we would fund that into the capital stabilization fund.
Correct. Any number at the bottom that was remaining would go into the capital stabilization. We'd maintain that 1.5% and be able to save up for a rainy capital days.
Perfect. Thank you.
Here's a layout of the capital plan. She did it this way by department and source of funding. So this is the facilities. You have all this in your book, and it's been discussed previously. One change is the Gibbons Middle School field house renovation has been changed now to $46,000. IT department and equipment, the technology department and equipment relative to the election equipment and things that were presented previously. Vehicles, again, she's broken this out. I think it gives a good picture of what we're spending in what area relative to both department and funding source. And retained earnings, we would be at 1.37% of the general fund operating budget using free cash of 1.822600 towards our capital. Speaking of free cash, so here's our expenditure of existing free cash relative to including the upcoming town meeting each year. We are in line with previous years at 25.82%. Those are estimates of what monies would be available. A current estimate of 12.75 million. Our reserve percentages, our fiscal management policies say that we should be at 10 to 15% gross reserves. We are currently at 6.08 in free cash and 4.56 in stabilization. If you recall, those were further apart previously. We did move some money into stabilization. And I'll just say that these are things that S&P looks at. You know, these specifically are things that they look at. Where are your percent reserves? How are you in line with your fiscal management policies? And how are you maintaining that year in and year out? Free cash to lower the tax rate, we are still using $450,000. It is prudent to work to reduce that with opportunity. In the event, of course, that our free cash declines, it would, in order to maintain and stay within our 1.5%, with a decline in free cash, it'll impact that $450,000. If we're still going to use that, it'll impact the total available free cash.
John, just a quick question on that. The FY27 number 450, was that also reduced from the previous slide for FY27? Excuse me, 2 slides. Yeah, is that included? No, that's just 26. Okay.
This is 26 because it's would be available to us.
Yep.
Now.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. And just for the public and a reminder, I guess, is every dollar you spend from free cash or one-time revenue source for operational expenses, if that money is no longer there, you have to pick up that operational expense in whatever year you're in, plus any additions, which is what they refer to as a structural deficit. You've now built a deficit into your operations with monies that might not be there in the future. Unfunded liabilities, we were for a long time dedicating $1.1 million. We were raising $1.1 million towards our OPEB liability. We previously, due to COVID, reduced that amount, the raise and appropriate, and we put in place a schedule to get back to that 1.1 million to be in line with a funded liability that is going to need funding. So we want to continue to contribute as best we can with that along the way. Use of free cash versus raise and appropriate. So we've discussed this many times as to people want to talk about giving free cash back to the taxpayers. Here's how you do it. We spend free cash on those capital items and in other ways. If we didn't do that, the average single family tax bill this year would be going up $978. And because we're buying those capital items using free cash, it's only going to go up $624. Not that $624 is a small number, right? But you're giving money essentially back to the taxpayers by buying one-time pieces of equipment, one-time expenditures that you would otherwise have to raise in taxes. And you can see in prior years, that disparity is even bigger, okay? The more we spend in free cash for one-time items, the more we are offsetting what we would have had to raise and appropriate in other ways. And here's the one that you're familiar with, how your tax dollars are spent, distributed locally within the budget. Ongoing budget review will continue to look at the numbers as additional costs become clear. Salary and wage numbers, those things are hammered out, as well as expenses and union contracts. Identify cost-saving measures for insurance. Anytime that can be done, working on with our insurance advisors. We regularly review revenues, as we discussed. So the more information we get, the more we review them. If we see some sort of windfall when our first excise commitment comes out and we see a trend continue, we may adjust that excise. But maintain that we are still need to be conservative. We'll look at our fee schedule. So again, pushing other sources of revenue and still being innovative as much as we can to try to generate revenue and create savings. And a few examples are the regional dispatch that's being built, the WRTA agreement that we've agreed to and put that in place. These are opportunities and sources that the town has worked to find efficiencies, even if it's that we can maintain services at a lesser cost, right? Even if that's not like the offset in WRTA, we're improving service. We're putting back a service that they had before. We're opening the treasurer collector's office by a day. We're making it the Board of Health more able to service the taxpayers, and we're doing that by shifting costs, not adding costs. And trying to look at the Municipal Empowerment Act relative to increasing our hotel motel tax and meals tax. These are still taxes, mind you, that are paid by someone, but they are indirect taxes relative to the real estate property owner. And just a reminder that the budget summit it will be on Thursday at 8:30 in the morning.
Great.
All right, now I'll do my best to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Jonathan, for pinch hitting. You did a great job. Thanks. Open up to the board for questions before I turn it to the public as part of the public hearing. Any questions?
I guess I'll just make some comments. Thank you, John, very much. You can use my term. Great job pinch hitting. A lot of great information there. I'd like to thank the town manager. The capital expenditure process was very effective. I'd like to thank that team and all the staff that participated in this process and do so every year. there was a lot of thoughtful conversation with that committee on the capital expenditures. So I just wanted to reassure the board and the community that there was some thoughtful conversation there. I would also just say to the community, just two examples of efficiencies that I think the town will be voting on this year at town meeting is current Article 12A, which is the Charter of Accounts, is an efficiency opportunity for us to hopefully do a better job, or more, not better job, but more effective job, more timely job in regards to our chart of accounts. And then also Article 19, which is the school and town operational efficiencies funds that would be used to drive and help us with a better understanding around what efficiency opportunities could be had. So those are things that are money well spent, and I would just encourage the community to attend town meeting and support those two initiatives, because they do help us in the budget overall. John, I don't have any specific questions. Again, thank you very much.
Thanks. Sean, anything?
John, thanks a lot. Talk to you Thursday. We'll do a full day going through this again. But thank you. A nice overview. Appreciate it.
Mark?
Yeah, I think my biggest question, you talked a lot about the uncertainty of expenses and particularly the uncertainty of revenues, given the early budget preparation timing. And I'm just wondering if we would have a more accurate estimate if we moved town meeting back a couple of, to where it used to be.
So the answer is yes and no. So the budget's still needing to be done by charter on December 21st still makes that initial budget difficult. But moving the town meeting certainly would give us better information going into the town meeting. So the budget book might still reflect very early estimates, but the closer we get down the road, the better estimates we have. Our town meeting is early compared to most towns, as you know.
If I may, it's early, but we likely would still have a number of variables that until often late June, we don't know from the state. Additionally, we do continue to refine the budget numbers that are presented in the budget book right up through town meeting in March. So there is, between now and March, we'll refine things like insurance costs if we settle any unsettled contracts. Those types of things will be reflected when we go in March. I think in one respect, regardless of when your meeting is scheduled, you're always going to have certain things that you will be adjusting right up to the end.
Okay.
And really right up until October town meeting, until you actually
Yep.
set the tax rate.
Right.
Yep.
No. I'm
Motion?
good.
Yeah, okay. Shelby, anything from your side?
Just really, again, echoing thanks for the presentation. Sorry, I was on and off camera there, and appreciate the board and public's patience with some stuff I've got going on at home. I would just say that I encourage everyone to take some time to read the budget documents that are available online. They are thorough. They give you a great understanding, elaborating on what John already presented, and really create clarity around what can often seem murky to folks because they're not living it every day. Municipal finance is different than private or certainly personal. So no questions. And as Sean said, we'll look forward to Thursday.
Great, thanks, Shelby. Yeah, I just want to echo what folks said. I do, and what Shelby just said. I do encourage folks. We spend a lot of time, the town, the staff, putting together these booklets. It's online. It's a lot of stuff to read, but it really is comprehensive. To note that I don't know how many years now, but at least the last 4, probably longer, that we have the budget book that we put together has been awarded kind of commendation as a statewide thing. So it's really setting an example of thoroughness, transparency there. It is a lot to go through, but I do encourage people to look at it in preparation. Any questions, the town staff is, and us as a board are always willing to help out with answering those questions. And I just want to reiterate, because this happens every year, is folks will look and what they see, and they see that 624, if that was the number. Again, just highlighting that number will change. and continue to change, and we may see it bump up because we may settle union contracts, et cetera. It may come down because we lower revenues, but the goal here is we try to be conservative. I just want to echo what Jonathan said, that so that our hope is that that number that you see here, when we come to finally setting the tax rate, will be lower than that number. I think I'm pleased to see 624 at this point in time, because the last couple of years it's been considerably higher than that at this point in time. So I'm hoping we're still being conservative and we'll see that number go even lower. No guarantees though, but no questions from my side. It is a public hearing. I'm going to turn Mr. Savoy. I know you were waiting patiently. This is your chance to speak, and then we'll open up for others too, but I'm going to call on you first since you were ready to go. Thank you. This is what you sent out earlier too?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. My point this evening is that the residential homeowners need relief from the excessive property tax burden. The town is operating really beyond the means of the taxpayers, of the residential taxpayers. And I've provided you with several graphs, charts that illustrate this. When you look at household income versus town spending on chart number 1, the median household income ranks number 2 of the 16 comparative towns or benchmark towns, and ranks 13th in terms, second highest in spending and 13th in median household income. So you've got this disparity when you look at income versus expenditures. When you look at it on chart 2, comparing a per capita budget, our per capita income or per capita budget ranks second highest, and our per capita income is down near the bottom, ranking 13th. So you have this disparity between income and expenditures. When you look at the next chart, when you look at where those expenditures are being made, you're looking at basically 4 items that are considerably above the other 15 comparative towns or benchmark towns: fire department, education, fixed costs, and debt service. Those are the areas where we are at the high end, in the top quadrant of expenditures in comparison to the other towns. So when you look at those issues, you can see that the town is spending beyond the means of the taxpayer. One more chart showing the average single-family tax bill ranks third highest of the 16 benchmark communities, and the average tax bill ranks second highest in the percentage increase over the past 5 years. So our tax bill is on the high end, in the high end of all of the 16 comparative towns. And looking at how do we address this, how do we begin to look at this situation of expending beyond the means of the taxpayer, several things. An alternative budget process is one area. It was explained earlier how the budget process works. We look at a level services, and human nature being what it is, when you talk about level services, usually what happens is you take the budget and add to it. I'm not saying it's always done that way. Our town officials look at the line items, but still, every year we see level services, meaning start where you have now and increase from there and pay for the increases. It may be time where we need to look at a zero-based budget, where every line item has got to be thoroughly justified. That's a difficult process, but it may be necessary to do. One of the recommendations that I've made is to start from the levy. In other words, if the goal of the select board is an increase in the levy of 2%, well, that's where you start. Each one of us, when we make our own budgets, we look at what kind of revenue we're going to get. And then we determine how much we're going to spend, what we're going to spend it on, and so forth. In the town budget process, that's just the opposite of that. You develop the budget, what you're going to spend, and then you generate the money to pay for it. So I'm saying maybe if we look at it just the opposite way, set the limit that the board has mentioned many times over the years, 2%, maybe 2.5%, and then fit the budget to meet that levy. Another recommendation would be to look at the split resident property tax rate with consumer, industrial, and personal property. We had that hearing in November. It did not pass, but I think there's some information that we got to look at in terms of what the resident taxpayers are paying versus what renters are paying through the commercial tax rate. It's another way of looking at it. I will present that information next November when we look at split rate again. But I think there's a inequity there that exists that we should look at. Reducing the tax levy by applying all funds raised from local receipts. Now, there was quite a bit of discussion tonight regarding local receipts, or sometimes called local revenues. And the recommendation here is to look at those revenues. I know we do a very conservative estimate in this process, and we've had considerable discussion on that earlier this month. But I think we can do a closer estimate to the actual revenues that are generating. There's particular areas that are usually get very low estimates. Motor vehicle excise tax, charges for services, for sewerage, the hospitalization, the emergency fund. Very, very low estimates when they're consistently coming in. So we are saying that we look at the history. I'm saying let's look at that history and come in with more realistic estimates of the receipts that we get. Another item is building permits. Typically, we come in very low on that estimate, where that should be relatively easy to find what that estimate is going to be and be more accurate. And then investment on income, another area where estimates should be more in line with what the actual numbers are. The whole intent here to have more realistic receipts is to reduce the tax levy, because all of those receipts must go to reduce the tax levy before it is established. Otherwise, the estimates, when they come in low, the surplus that happens later, where does it end up? Free cash, undesignated fund balance. What does that happen there? It's spent again. So the taxpayers are not benefiting from the realistic estimates of these many receipts that we get. We're on the high end of receipts. Westborough receives one of the highest amounts of all of our comparison towns of receipts. So we should be benefiting, the taxpayer should be benefiting more from that. The consolidation of functions, school and town, I was pleased to learn that there's going to be a study done, and I would encourage the board to make the taxpayers aware of this, of the findings, what happens of this. It's a step in the right direction. The next item would be excess levy capacity. We have one of the highest excess levy capacity in the state. Is probably in around 55 cities and towns that have as much or more than we do. That means there's over 300 cities and towns that have much less excess capacity. It's the way the town sees or revenue from personal property that keeps adding to that amount. But I'm certainly pleased to see that we don't make it a habit to use that excess capacity. Only twice in the last 10 years. That's a positive thing. But I would say, and I would suggest to add credibility to what the board is saying about trying to reduce the tax rate, is to eliminate that excess capacity. And if you need to go over only twice in the last 10 years, you go to the voters and let the voters vote on it, on what, how much it should be over the intent of Proposition 2.5. That's a tough one to look at, and I've put that forward on town meeting and haven't got much support, but I would ask you to consider that. Excess capacity is there, but I think it would be preferable if the voters had a say on anything above and beyond the 2.5 plus new growth. And finally, and I've seen this in John's report, advocating for the Municipal Empowerment Act, which is in the hopper this year again. It would enable us to generate more revenue to offset the levy, and certainly we should be advocating for that legislation. So bottom line, we're looking at tentatively here a 4.84% increase, $624.09. Again, estimates on the average single-family tax bill. That would put it over $13,500. Nobody in this town that I know of, or very few people, are going to say to the board, "Thank you for doing that for us." That is not what we're looking for as a taxpayer. So I would ask that you consider some of these points that I've made, and I think it's important for the credibility and the confidence that taxpayers should have in its representative board here. So I urge you to take every step that you can to keep that number down, that tax rate down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Savoy, as always. Any questions for Mr. Savoy? Not a debate here. Any questions?
Yeah, I did have one question for Mr. Savoy. So thank you, Mr. Savoy. As a financial hawk, and I always appreciate you coming before us and sharing your research. I find it really interesting and provides me some additional perspective. As you know, Article 19 on the warrant is in regards to that operational efficiency study. You just mentioned it, but I just wanted to ask you a question. The way that article is written right now is that it would be funded through free cash. Am I correct in thinking that you would support that article use of free cash? So it's an article to use free cash.
Yes.
To fund a study for operational
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So you're okay with using free cash
sure.
for that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Anything else from the board? Mr. Savoy, any questions? Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else in the public want to speak? As a public hearing. Hey, anything further from the board? Again, thank you, Jonathan. Thank you to all the town departments for all the work put into this. Mr. Savoy, thank you for yours. I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, roll call vote. Shelby?
Marshall, yes.
Mark?
Silverberg, yes.
Keo, yes.
Welch, yes.
And Johnson, yes. The budget, public budget hearing is closed. Okay. Next, we have site plan review.
Is it?
There are folks here for that site plan review.
We have Wes on.
Oh,
Yes, I
Yep.
am here.
perfect. So the first thing we have is site plan review for property on Oak Street, which is Westborough Tennyson Swim. So the
May I
floor is
share my
yours.
screen? Is that possible?
I believe so.
Yes.
Yes.
He can hear us. It might be frozen.
I think he's frozen Wes. Because Shelby's fine.
Can you still hear us, or are you? Looks like you may be frozen.
Yeah, I can hear you guys just on my end.
It may just be Wes.
Oh, he's just slow.
Yep.
Just pause for a minute to see. While we're waiting for that, I'm going to use the opportunity. I'm going to move to question 8, which is the request to approve meeting minutes of January 13th and January 24th.
24th or 21st?
21st. What did I say?
24th.
21st. Sorry.
Move to approve the meeting minutes of January 13th and January 21st.
Second.
Any questions, comments, corrections? If not, all those, in favor, roll call vote. Shelby?
Marshall, yes.
Oops. Mark?
Silverberg, yes.
Keo, yes.
Patrick?
Welch, yes.
And Johnson, yes. 5-0, 5 being present. We have the point, item 6, we don't have Arlisha coming before us, correct?
No.
Okay, so we do have a request for an appointment to the Cultural Council, materials for Arlisha Miller. Entertain a motion if somebody is willing.
I'll make a motion to appoint Alicia Williams to the Cultural Council.
Alicia Miller.
Alicia Miller, sorry, to the Cultural Council.
Term expiring June 30th, 2029.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, Arlisha Miller, Cultural Council, with term expiring June 30th, 2029. Any comments or questions? Not, roll call vote. Shelby?
Always thank you to those who want to volunteer, and Marshall, yes.
Silverberg, yes.
Keo, yes.
Welch, yes.
And Johnson, yes. 5-0, 5 being present. Still waiting here, right? Apologies, as the presenter's having some technological difficulties here, so we're waiting on that. Kim, while we're waiting, do you want to move to item 9, the town manager's report. Are you prepared for that, or?
Yep.
Everyone okay with that? Oops, do we have him in the lobby? Sorry. Hold off 1 second.
Sorry about this. So somehow I got disconnected. What, did you hear any of the presentation?
We heard that you were going to share your screen, and that's all we heard.
And that was the end of it, huh?
Yep, sorry.
I apologize for that. Let's try this again. All right, so. Can you see the screen now?
Yes,
Yes.
and we can hear you, so
I
that's
apologize
good.
for that. Oh, good. So, again, Wesley Fliss, McCartney Engineering, here on behalf of Westborough Tennis and Swim. The property that we're looking at is on Oak Street, which is located here. This is Chauncey Street in this location with Oak Street running here. And this is Route 9 in this location here on the southerly side of the property. The property that we're looking at is about a 7-acre parcel that Tennis and Swim is looking to expand their business on. They have a couple different businesses, one on Oak Street and then the other one on at 35 Chauncey Street. What they're looking to do is to construct a 26,000 square foot building along Oak Street with the 2 entrances coming off of Oak Street. The intent here is to construct a 26,000 square foot building to move a lot of their operation from their 35 Chauncey Street site, which boasts is their fitness club part of their business, into this new building. And then they'll repurpose the buildings over at 35 Chauncey Street into more pickleball and tennis courts. And then basically, all their fitness club will be in the new building with some basketball courts and all the rest of their classrooms and so forth that they use for the fitness club. The intent here is to grow the business between the two existing sites and the new site. They're looking to get to about 300 to 400 customers overall between the 3 sites, which would be an increase of 100 to 200 customers due to the new building. Like I said, it's the space that they have now, they use for the fitness club, but it's not necessarily built for the fitness club as well as they'd like to. So they were trying to put up this new building to better service their clientele and hopefully grow the business more than they already have. The intent here is to tie the new building into the sewer and water in Oak Street. The site will have its own drainage system with a number of catch basins and manholes in the site. We'll have an underground infiltration system in the front for the front parking lot. And then the side and the rear parking lot will discharge back into this infiltration basin in the back of the site. We'll just dump into this wetlands. And there is a system of wetlands that runs along the eastern boundary of the property. Currently, the site is mostly a field. There are some woods on the exterior of the site. And like I said, there's a system of wetlands along the easterly boundary of the project. Excuse me. We already have been in front of the Conservation Commission. We filed a notice of intent in front of the Conservation Commission. We were in front of them about 2 weeks ago when we go back in front of them in February. We will also be in front of the Planning Board in February, which triggered our meeting tonight with this board, is to get your review on the project, get any comments that you may have on the project, and be able to answer any questions that you may have on this. I do have the full set of plans also I can share with you tonight if you would like to see those. Again, we're going to continue to work through the peer review process with the Planning Board and the Conservation Commission, and also the department, the town departments also will review the project and work through their comments and hopefully address any of their concerns that they may have with the project. But at this point, I can answer any questions that this board may have and see if we can hopefully move forward, at least with regards to the review of this board.
Great. Well, thank you, Wes. I will appreciate that. I will open it up to the board for questions and or comments. Extensive amount of material in our package, part of the 800 pages to read in preparation for this. So anybody want to go first?
Yeah, can I go again?
Sure. Please, Shelby.
Great. All right. Thanks, Wes. Appreciate the presentation. I'm wondering if you do have some, unless they're in the packet and I missed it, lots of soil samples, but not sort of some land perspective views of what this building is going to look like? Do you have any of that to show us?
I don't at this point. I don't know.
And maybe, I don't know if you can describe it. I'm familiar with obviously the two buildings across the street, I'll call them the main buildings, and familiar with the one to the, I guess would be the east. Similar look.
I don't have. Hold on. If I could stop sharing for a second here. I can
Sure.
maybe. I can answer any of the questions while I'm trying to dig up the other files if you would like. I can see if I can get access to that.
Sure. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Ian.
No, go ahead, Shelby. I think what you had asked for, I was just going to phrase again, is, I think it was about knowing what the two existing buildings look like, appearance. Can you talk a little bit about the proposed structure, and its appearance? Is that where you were going, Shelby, or?
Yep.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm trying to see if I can get access to the files, but I don't know if I can get access to. I don't know if we submitted plans for this building or not. Let me.
Okay.
If I can't dig them up tonight, we'll get those to you tomorrow.
Okay.
I believe there's some conceptual plans drawn, but I don't have access to those plans.
Okay.
I can't get to right this second, and I don't know.
Okay.
See if, and I don't remember seeing them get up, but I don't think we uploaded those also, because I don't know if they're finalized as of yet,
Okay.
but I can definitely get
Well-
those to you.
Yeah. So I mean,
Conceptual
it's
manner. Go ahead.
yes. No. Just always helpful to, I think, see those. The aerial is certainly helpful to understand where it's situated. But certainly I know I don't want to speak for the planning board, but they're going to be very interested in those and certainly want to understand that. And the reason why I'm asking is just, I'm trying to understand, and maybe members of the board could help us, or Wes, you can, just this, the adjacent property. So there's an adjacent property on Oak Street, a single home there. And then to the east, I believe, is that the cooperative?
So right to the east, and let me just see if I can grab this. Okay, in there, in the assessor. So right to the east, which is, let me call up. So right to the east should be there with the building. But what I'm trying to call up is the street view for you guys.
Okay.
So you can kind of see the two buildings. And so I will tell you this, is that the intent is for McCarty Associates to be also doing the construction on the building, from my understanding. And so I don't believe the building is going to be necessarily looking like let's see, we got right, so the building right at the intersection of Chauncey and Oak, right, is where their CrossFit.
Yeah.
Right. And so they have that building, and I know that one's, let's see if I can share that building with you without trying to close this time.
Yeah, it's sort of a block, right? It's kind of a blocky building.
Correct,
you know.
it is, yes, yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
And I understand there's a utility need for how you're going to use the property, but yeah, so
right,
there's
so
that.
there's that building, which is right next door. Right, and then the site that we're looking at is right here, right? There's a berm here, but it's field behind it. And then just down the street on, Chauncey is their main building.
Yep.
Right, and if you look at these buildings, they're more meant for courts than necessarily a fitness center. It's not efficient as a fitness center. There's a lot of wasted space.
Yep.
And so that's why they want to put up the new building. And so, but in the meantime, I can
can't access it right now, but I can get you that information. And I know the planning board will have that
Okay.
information for the planning board.
Yeah,
But
it would
like I
just.
said, I know we
it would-
were, the intent is for us to be constructing the building also.
Okay,
So I know there are draft plans of it. I just don't know if they've been finalized yet with what the gym actually wants the building to look like at this point. So
okay.
we can definitely have that information for the planning board meeting.
Okay.
And
A
we
little
can
surprised-
we could share with this board too.
Yeah, I mean, a little surprising that we'd be giving our site plan comments without that information, but I also know that we had you at another meeting and then you got moved to tonight. So my question on the adjacent property to, I think it's the east side, is just on the, I think it would be the southeastern portion of the property, there's a residential area, and my question both on the east side and the west side was just light impact to those neighbors and their proximity. It wasn't clear to me from what we were provided if that had been addressed yet. And so if it hasn't been addressed, then that can just go in as a comment in our feedback to the planning board.
Right. So
And then and how tall is this building going to be? Do you have a sense? Like, is it a 2-story building?
no, I don't believe it's a 2-story, but I'll get that information for you. So this is the area of wetlands along the easterly boundary. And then I know
Okay.
there is the Turnpike Park is in that adjacent property, but there are some wetlands between it. And so some of the existing vegetation will remain because of that wetland and the no-touch zones that are associated with those wetlands.
Okay,
And so if there's any existing mature vegetation in this area, that will have to remain
okay,
as part of this project. And then along the front side, we are showing landscaping in here. And then where it's field now, the intent is to just leave it as field along this side of the building. So there's still somewhat access along the non-developed side of the property. But anything within the buffer zone and the wetlands is going to remain as a natural buffer between this project and the adjacent property.
okay. And how will the parking lot itself be lit?
I will what?
Be lit, the
Oh,
lighting, is that on
yep.
the building or are there light poles? I could not see that from the drawings.
But we do have a lighting plan for this, and so we do have some light poles along the islands in here, and then along the parking lot, on the exterior of the parking lot here. And so we did provide a lighting plan to the
Okay.
board, just so they can see
Okay.
that there's no spillage out to the neighboring park to the east of us. And so that's
what-
where all the lighting is. There will be some wall lighting, out, exterior wall lighting also. But that was the intent, is to light the parking lot, but nothing in this direction here toward the residence property.
And what about to the west? There's a single family home on that corner of.
We're a good distance away from that
Okay.
property. Let's see if I can.
Okay, that just, you don't have to show it, just in the
Yep.
interest of time. I just want to make sure that that's being accounted for as the planning
Yep.
board is going through its process.
Yeah, so
and
you can
then-
see here's that property that you're talking about, and so
Yep.
we took this development all the way to the east of
Got it.
of the site, and so we're probably a few hundred feet away from the
Okay.
property there. So
Yeah, I didn't appreciate how far that was. I think my final comment, although we'll reserve if something else comes to mind before we wrap up this conversation, is the crossing between buildings. How will you accomplish that?
so we are in conversations with the town on trying to put some sidewalks out here between all the sites and crosswalks. And so that is something that we are working with the town now on, trying to best fit sidewalks out within the layout of Chauncey and Oak. And so we are working with the town on making sure there's a connection between the three properties.
Okay, great. All right, I think that's all for me, Ian.
Great, thanks. Next, Mark.
Yeah, is this on? Yeah, okay. You anticipated my thought on the crosswalk, Shelby, so thank you for that. But if the sidewalks don't extend the length of the lot, I would recommend that we obtain easements of some kind of ensure
Just
that
make sure you're talking to them.
to ensure that we can do sidewalks in the future. I think the only other two things I noticed or didn't see was snow storage and EV charging, and I fully expect the planning board will bring those up. So those were my only comments.
Wes, did you hear that?
I did. And so, we have plenty of room, and I don't know if I can't remember if we labeled it on one of the plans, but it's snow storage, we have plenty of room obviously in the field for snow storage. We weren't as concerned with the snow storage on this site. And then the EV ready was one of the conversations that we were gonna have with the building inspector on, what's gonna be required on this development. And so whatever's required for EV ready, if we have to do it, we will put them on the property, but. And that will be determined as we move along here in the process.
Patrick?
Sure.
Patrick.
Sure, I'll give it a go. Thank you very much for the presentation and the nearly 400 pages in our packet. It's always good to go through and get that volume of information to understand what's going on. I'm very supportive of the project, but I do have some questions. One of them is procedural, and I'm not sure if anybody in the room can answer this question, but I just thought I'd point it out to get clarification. On page 393 of our packet, it talks about the letter that was sent by the town in regards to proper notice of this. And in that, it only states 4 property owners, all of which are actually the applicant. I was a little surprised to not see any of the other property owners that are within the 300-foot or abutting properties be notified. And I'm not sure why that is. So I would just ask that that be looked at and better understood so that those property owners are properly notified. I counted no less than 7 when I went out to the town's GIS website to see who was within that distance. So I would ask that happen. Then I did have questions around the sidewalks and crosswalks. One of the things I'll point out for those that aren't aware, I live very close to this location. I drive this intersection every single day, multiple times a day. So does my family and friends and my neighbors. One of the things that I'll point out is there's already, I believe it's a makeshift crosswalk that extends from the kids club over that they use on a very regular basis on during the summertime or warmer weather time period, where in many cases dozens of children are walking across that street with their instructors back and forth. And it provides a unique safety risk to that particular intersection, just that alone. My concern is really around, if you pull up that diagram of the property with the building and the driveways, I kind of have a two-part question to this, or two-part concern that I would hope that the planning board looks at. The first of all is right now the upper entry or exit. Let me actually, are those both entrances and exits that are proposed for those 2 sidewalk cuts?
Yes.
So
Yes, at this point, yes.
okay, so the upper one is literally right next to the chicane that was built by the town maybe 15, 20 years ago now as a preventive measure to slow down traffic coming down Oak Street in that area. And it's done a fairly good job, but it's also presented other challenges because getting around it with 2 vehicles, I drive a truck, there's another truck on the other side, it's extremely difficult. It's a very narrow space. And just about maybe 30 yards beyond that is where that impromptu, or I don't know if it's an official sidewalk or crosswalk or not, is where the children are walking across on Oak Street. My question or my ask of the planning board would be to consider a single entrance and exit down on the left-hand side entryway to make sure that we don't add another point, because there's literally 7 points. It's almost as bad as the Rotary, as many points of entrance and exit in this location as the Rotary. I think the Rotary is 8. This is 7 when I count it with multiple directions. So it's a very challenging intersection. I quite often have tried, matter of fact, tonight coming down here, I pulled around, and the snow pile at that tip point right between Chauncey and Oak right there was probably 8 feet high, really hard to look around and see. And by adding another driveway here, I'd just be concerned that close to that intersection. So I just asked the planning board to consider that, which dovetails into another part around the entrance. I was a little surprised that there was no curb cut planned in entrance off of Route 9. Is there a reason for that?
Yes. Mass DOT typically doesn't allow entrances very easily off of Route 9 for something like this, especially if we have other options. So that's, we were looking to come off of Oak Street, which they'd rather have us come off the secondary road instead of Route 9.
So okay, that would be exactly my reason why I asked this question, is because I can't think of a business in that area that doesn't have a direct access onto Route 9. There may be one, I just can't think of it off the top of my head. And it absolutely does increase the traffic volume. We already have another building just a few hundred feet from this that was just built a few years ago that has added increased traffic, which is fine, it's suitable. I'm not objecting to the traffic that's coming from this, but I do have a concern where all traffic will be flowing into this particular pinch point, I'll call it. And I would look to the planning board to understand, whether or not there's a better opportunity to do that out on, at least get one entrance off of Route 9 so that we can eliminate or reduce as much traffic into the neighborhood area as possible in a fairly difficult situation right now. And then back to the crosswalks and the easements, Mark, I agree with you 100% on making sure, because again, there's a lot of people walking this area on a regular basis in the warm weather, and it would be really wise of us. Matter of fact, I'd even go further to make sure that we have really good lighting, street lighting down there, et cetera. So these are all things I think the planning board should consider as they talk with the applicant. Thank you very much.
The
Sean?
Director of Planning is here, and it looked like she may be able to address one of the comments.
Oh, sure. I didn't see her way back there. Yeah.
Hi, Jenny Gingras, Director of Planning. I think you had a question on the abutters list, and so I did take a look at the abutters list while I was sitting there, and it does list 4, but those are the property owners, and then it lists multiple down below. So the requirement under Mass General Law is to notify abutters within 300 feet of the property, and that list is obtained through the assessor's office.
I get that, and that's why I didn't know if we had the right person in the room, because the assessor is not here to represent. In that list that you just referenced is all of the various local towns near us. It is the Westborough Planning Board. It's the Central Mass Regional Planning. There's not other homeowners or other business owners that are within either direct abutters or within 300 feet are part of that list. So
Pat,
that's my
there's a
question.
list on the screen.
Okay, I
It's
guess
on
I
the
didn't
screen.
see this. I don't see that in that letter. Where was that? I'm sorry. Was that in the letter?
Yeah, it was uploaded.
So this is
as a
actually, this is from the
permit,
notice.
Okay. I
This
did
is
not
actually from
see
the notice
this.
of intent. This is the butters list on the notice of intent, at least. I had a copy of this.
Okay. I didn't see that in the packet, so maybe it's a miss in the packet. I just saw page, whatever this is, 393.
Yeah, so you saw this list here.
Correct. Yes.
And then that list there.
And that list,
Yep.
correct. Yep.
Yes,
So-
and then there should be a spreadsheet after, unless it didn't make
It didn't,
your copy.
it didn't make it. So this answers my question. Thank you very much. I'm glad to see that all of the proper people were contacted. So thank you, Jenny.
Another question for me, or was that?
I don't know if you want to respond to anything else I said, but if any other information you have is always
I
welcome.
don't think so.
Okay. Thank you. That was very helpful.
Great. Sean?
Hey, thanks. Just one quick thing. So as mentioned, this property comes and it abuts Route 9. As you're coming down Route 9 west, the property prior to that, I believe, is the mobile home park. Is that correct?
Correct.
And does it, would this property end up abutting the mobile home park? And I guess, were there any concerns with it, essentially, anything taken to,
Here.
yeah, go ahead.
Here's the field. And so basically the limit of trees in the field is pretty close to the limit of disturbance for the project. And then here's the park next to us, right?
Okay.
And so there's some wetlands that are running between the two properties.
Got it.
And this is the natural vegetation that I was talking about before that will remain between the two properties because of the wetlands.
Okay. Now, I guess back to what was just spoken about. So I guess as an abutter, is it the person notified was just the individual in charge of that entire property?
In this instance, the way it was listed with the assessor's office is just the park itself.
Okay.
So
And not
this
each
is
of the
listed as the
individuals?
park. It wasn't each of the individuals in this site, the way it's set up with the assessor's office. I could tell you on another project in town, it was each of the individuals, and we had to notify almost 100 people within regards to a condo development that was adjacent to another project we had to submit to just recently within the last year. So it's all how it's listed with the assessor's office, and right now it's the way it's set up is just the Turnpike Park Cooperative.
Okay. All right. So I guess that would just be my note to the planning board. Was that accurate? Thank you.
Ian, if I could follow on to that.
Sure.
So in seeing that picture and also seeing that list, it just really became very clear to me that the mobile home residents who are homeowners, they own their homes there. They lease the property. So in this case, the property owners only got notified. I would ask that all of those owners of their homes who have a lot of children in that area are all notified as part of this process in the future, but certainly as part of this as well, so that they're aware of the upcoming planning board meeting outside of just the regular notification of meeting intent, because this definitely will affect the neighborhood.
So the notification would have gone to their board of trustees, and they would have been expected to notify the individual owners. But John, do you have a comment?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, John Steinberg, Finance Director, if I could just speak to that. There, it is one property.
Yeah.
There is no way to have a list of all of the owners or residents within that. They get one tax bill that they appropriate however they do relative to their percent of ownership, and everything within them is centralized relative to that. So from an abutter standpoint, it's the owners of the property, not the tenants, just like it would be of any rental apartment complex. If it is a condo complex, like he said, if you catch a condo complex inside of your 300 feet, it could be a very expensive notification of abutters. But different ownership, different methods, different means, it's very common relative to a property. We don't have a lot of co-ops, but those two that we have, that's the method of notification.
Yeah, I get where you're going, because we assess those condos, right, individually. I mean, just the difference is that you're talking about. We don't assess these mobile homes individually because
Well, the co-op, like a rental property, they get one tax.
Right.
Yeah.
So I just got to say, I hope that there's a way to do better with this, because I get it, but I don't know how many mobile homes are in there, but there's dozens of families down there that are going to be directly impacted by the construction, by the change of the intersection, by the safety on their street, et cetera. So I think as a town, I think we have an opportunity here to do better. And I don't know how that is done through communication to the landowner, but
They do.
I don't know, Mark, are we assuming that that's the case, that they do that? Is there a requirement that they notify?
Well,
so
none of those people actually own their property. They own shares in a company, and they elect a trustee board.
Yeah.
So this notice would have gone to that board.
Yeah.
I mean, as
Okay.
part of buying those shares, you have to trust your board to notify you of something like this. I don't know, again, what responsibility it is on the applicant to do more than.
Yeah, I'm not putting it on the applicant. I think that they've done their due diligence here.
What some towns do is post on a visible sign on the property saying future site for XYZ project, public hearing to be held on this day. I'm not going to ask for that in 20 inches of snow. But,
No worries.
Yeah.
You've explained it, and that's very helpful. I appreciate that.
If I could just say one other thing, I'm sorry. They do, in this particular complex, they do a pretty good job of disseminating information because they apportion their tax bill in the way that they do, unlike a rental complex, which has similar, lots of residents, lots of families.
Right.
And I can tell you for sure that the Thrive complex doesn't notify 576 unit renters, no matter how many families or anything else are in there. It's just the method of notification is, the town would have no way
Yeah.
to do that. and it's somewhat of a moving target. We can't necessarily post on their property.
Appreciate it. Thank you, John. Thank you, Mark.
Great. Thank you. I don't have a ton. I guess just one question, and this is probably will come. I know it's part of the process is the fire truck apparatus. I was just back to the picture of the property as you go around the back of it. Is that, I guess the question is, does it satisfy the needs for the turnaround for fire equipment in the property? I was looking more towards that back parking, what I call it back from Oak
rear
Street,
parking lot here,
closer
yep.
to, yeah. So,
Yep. Yeah, so we had shown the plan to the fire department during the one-stop meeting a couple months ago now. And so they, at that time, didn't have a question about that.
Okay.
They will have another bite at the apple as part of the planning board process. So if they have any other concerns with that entrance, then we'll have to address them at that point. But at the one-stop meeting, they didn't balk at the way it was set up at that point. And the layout hasn't changed since that meeting.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
One benefit from a Route 9 entrance is it probably speed up any
Yeah.
response time.
Yes. Yeah, Shelby.
Sorry, yeah, is there, just to build off of, that's a great observation, Ian, I missed that. Is there a reason why, if the property isn't being shifted over so that it would accommodate a fire lane around it, the whole thing? I mean, I realize that adds additional, paving and so on and so forth, but why are you squeezing that building so close to a conservation area versus going to the left?
My belief on this one would be keep the landowner's option available for the rest of their land. They own 6 parcels or 7 parcels right next to each other, and
Okay.
2 reasons would be to keep the rest of the land available for further development, and second would be to keep it as close as they can to the other operation with regards to the 2 other
Yeah.
sites that are currently, in operation for the gym. So
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Appreciate your candor there. The one thing I did notice, I don't know if anyone else saw this, but when I was out on Google Maps and then it came up actually with one of the things when Wes, you were showing it, just clarity around, this isn't really related to site plan, but I noticed that it looks like the Google listing is showing the synagogue in that other building. Am I missing something here? The current fitness CrossFit center. See how it says that right there? Patrick, you know this street because you drive it all the time. Is it further down?
I'm
or
sorry, the
what am I
crosswalk?
missing?
I'm sorry, is that what you're asking?
Synagogue.
Oh, the
No.
synagogue.
No.
The synagogue is
on
gone
yeah,
now,
the
isn't
Google
it?
listings. See it.
I don't believe the synagogue's there anymore.
Yeah, that's across the street.
Okay, I just want to make sure, the use of the property was what we are, again, this is not about this property, but being that it's adjacent to and a butter. So that's just an old Google listing and so doesn't apply. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, if I may,
Yeah.
Fred Lenaro,
Sure.
Community Development Director. If you recall, years ago, it's now not actually in use, used to have a temple where the daycare was as well, adjacent to the other side of the road, next to
Yep.
Westborough Tennis. The temple also had some offices where the CrossFit building was. Goes back many years. They haven't been in there for some
time.
years, I don't believe.
Yeah. Was actually a OT place for a while. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Just one last comment if I
Wait,
can.
Mark
Oh, sorry.
first. Yeah.
Yeah, Ian, I just looked in Permit Pro, and on Friday, the fire department posted a letter of requirements, including everything we discussed. So I
Okay.
think they're
They're covering
ahead of that. And I don't know if the applicant's seen it yet, but
Okay, perfect.
One of the, I was just comment for the planning board is to just be sensitive to any signage requirements in that area, especially for line of sights on that intersection. I'm not sure what the applicant's intent is as far as signage, but if anything's on the street, I would just want to make sure line of sight was considered.
Okay. Anything further? I think we've got our list there. There's in our notes to go back to the planning board. Okay. I think we're staying with you now. Is that correct, to go to 5 Technology Drive? Wes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me,
So we're going to move on to that one if we could.
Okay. Everybody can see my screen now?
Yep.
So we have Technology Drive here. So this is 5 Technology Drive. Adjacent to us is 9 Technology Drive. The property that we're looking at tonight is a 14-acre piece of property. I'm just trying to skip over to my next plan here. Let's see if I can get this out of my way. Okay. So the property, like I said, is a 14-acre parcel located at 5 Technology Drive. We have frontage on Technology Drive, and then also this is the 9 Technology Drive parcel adjacent to this to the west. There are a number of wetlands along the exterior of the property, small little pocket of wetlands here in the lower portion of the property, and then a pocket of isolated wetlands with a vernal pool on the northerly portion of the property here. There is, and let's see if I can go back. See the dark line here is the tree line. There's a field on the property in this area here, and there's a thicker woods along the exterior of the property and along the entrance. What we're proposing to do is to construct a 28,000 square foot building, but really a warehouse and distribution center for Provision Ministry. Provision Ministry is a nonprofit organization that collects goods from large corporations that are looking to donate goods. What they do is they collect bulk goods that typical smaller organizations that give out goods to people of need can't collect because they're in such bulk. And so what they become is really a middleman between larger organizations and smaller nonprofit organizations that give out goods to people of need. And so just last year alone, I think the amount of goods, it was in the range of $72 million worth of goods that they collected and distributed out to foundations or organizations, churches, schools, so forth, that help people of need. And so the intent here is to finally build a central location for Provision Ministry. Basically, like I said, a warehouse and distribution center. They have a small office also in the lower corner of the building at this site. We have the loading docks here for their trucks to be able to come in and collect the goods in a smaller sense. And so they'll bring in the bigger trucks for the delivery of the bulk goods and then leave out of the site in smaller vans to deliver the goods. And so we do have a drive-in door here also. So once they split up the goods into wherever they need to be sent out, they'll leave in the smaller vans out of the site. And that's really the biggest mode of transportation is a smaller van where they deliver the goods to some of the smaller organizations that they deliver to. We do have a parking lot along the southerly side of the building here. Like I said, loading docks here. We do have a couple other spaces over here for their vans. We have the 2 entrances, one off of Technology Drive and the other one connected to the driveway for 9 Technology Drive. We do show sewer and water connections out to Technology Drive in this location here. We do show a couple small infiltration basins, one under the parking lot along the southerly side of the building, and then one at-grade basin here. As you come into the first entrance, between that first entrance and the second entrance, there'll be an at-grade infiltration basin. We do show some landscaping along the entrance and along the edge of the driveway with 9 Technology Drive. And we do show some landscaping around that at-grade infiltration basin such that it masks that infiltration basin for anybody driving by. As I said, we do have a number of resource areas on the property, being the wetlands and vernal pools and isolated wetlands. And so what we try doing is being respective of those resource areas and their associated buffer zones around the property, and really centralize this proposal as far away as we could from all those buffer zones and resource areas. This actually site has been in front of the town at least 2 other times, if not 3 other times, with larger projects. This project is much smaller than those approved projects that were happened in the past. We think that it works well with regards to being sensitive to all the neighboring resource areas. Similar to the last project, we were in front of the Conservation Commission a couple weeks ago for a notice of intent filing. We're back in front of them in February. And then we'll also be in front of the planning board for site plan review in February also. And again, as part of that site plan review process, we're in front of the select board. I will state, similar to the last project, I do not have building plans for this one also. I apologize for that, but we will get building plans over to you as soon as I have those in hand. And similar to the last project, the intent is here for McCarty Associates, which is our construction part of our company, to construct this building for Provision Ministry. I can answer any questions that the board may have at this point on this project.
Great, thank you. Turn it back to the board for questions. We want to go first. Nothing for you, Sean?
Yeah.
Shelby?
Oh.
Yep.
Sorry, didn't get my E hand raised there. Has the, I wasn't clear. I felt like I read it initially in the packet, but I couldn't find it right now. Has the property actually been sold to Provision Ministry, or are they leasing the land?
They have a purchase and sales on the property. Once they get their approvals in, it will be turned over to Provision Ministry.
Okay,
And so right now it's owned by 5 Tech LLC.
right. Okay, so this will be a nonprofit,
Organization that will own the property and operate out of here, correct?
okay, so non-tax revenue generating property.
Not sure how that actually works, to be honest with you. I'm not sure what their setup is, to be honest with you.
Is that,
I can
yes.
ask that question for you.
Yeah, I don't know if John is still there, if he can comment on that. It's more of a question than it is really anything back to the planning board, but awareness.
Yes, if they buy the property, it will no longer be taxable. I will tell you, just as an aside, I happened to speak to Mr. Stickland recently because I've known him since he started this business. My daughter's organization with her high school is doing a project with him to do volunteer hours. And I did mention the word pilot to him. So he is well aware. And,
Yeah.
you know, what his charity does is sort of ripe for the opportunity to help organizations like the food bank and things that are in need within this town. So, you know, if there's opportunity, I know Boston does in exchange for services as well as part of their pilot program. So it's certainly something to pursue with him. Yeah.
But that would be a separate conversation, and who would initiate that formally?
I don't know who initiated it relative to Mass General, which is the last one that we discussed. I think maybe it came from Christie or the planning board, but I don't know. But I know we went through with Mass General very successfully. And
Okay. Yeah, I feel like that was, yes, you're right, John. And that was a very different, obviously, very visible project. I feel like this one is clearly much smaller. I think, I guess, so then the comment would be to Kim, just to note this, of how do we follow up for possible conversations and ways to potentially add benefit through a pilot of some sort.
Yeah, Shelby, thank you. You went
But
exactly.
no specific.
Yep, you went exactly where I was going. I don't know where it goes, but put it to the planning board if it's something that falls under part of their negotiations. If it's not, it's something that we should figure out and consider, because this is going from a tax-paying property right now to a non-tax-paying property.
Yeah. No comments, but I would like to see the visuals of the building at some point. So that's great. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt. Fred Lenaro, Community Development Director. When Provision Ministry, the owner of that organization, came in originally for plan reviews back in June or July, that concept, the pilot was actually introduced at that meeting. A recommendation coming from me will be something to align those effects. I'm working with the manager on the language of that now.
Perfect. Thank you. Mark?
So along the same lines, in the letter from, the development impact statement that was filed with the application, the conclusion says the development will provide an increase in the tax revenue to the town and additional employment opportunities. Again, I'm struggling to see how.
Where is that, Mark? I'm sorry.
The developer files a development impact statement in their application. It's page 731 of our packet.
Yeah.
I see it. Okay, thanks.
So again, I would highly recommend that, this property currently generates $10,000 a year in taxes, or $9,700 a year, something like that. I think that would be money lost as a starting point. So again, I would encourage, if it's not the planning board, the town manager's office, Fred, sounds like you're on it, and the community development department, but I'd still like to see some type of revenue from the property, while
Yep.
still being respectful of the nonprofit status.
But, and I think, I would phrase it perhaps, but you don't have to accept this, but the question to the planning board of, from that impact statement, that the increase in revenue is, just understand what that increase in revenue is, would be a question. Because that doesn't make sense to me either.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, yes. And Mark, thank you for the information, calling that out. But I would be interested to understand that statement that's in the conclusion section.
I will say that statement,
And-
is word by word the same statement that was in the other application from this applicant, so it could be boilerplate that they just missed, but
That's what I want to ask.
yeah.
Good point.
Great. Anything else?
Yeah, and I think my only tailing comment on this is that right now it's just undeveloped land, as was the other one, but undeveloped land at 10,000 in taxes. But what is that potential unknown difference if this shifts to a nonprofit? So that's part of my question. So
Great. Thanks,
Thanks.
Shelby. Anything else, Shelby?
yeah.
Okay. I don't think there was anything else from the rest of the board.
No, I would just mention for anybody listening, a pilot stands for payment in lieu of taxes, if you weren't aware. So
Thank you for that. We know it all too well, but you don't.
we were throwing it around. I just don't want to assume.
Great. Anything else for Wes? Wes, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Again, apologies for the last meeting when you were waiting for us prior to conservation, but thank you for coming back. And yes, if you can share the schematics designs as promised for the two, that'll be great as well when you have those.
Yep. I'll take the questions for the two projects back to the office tomorrow and get as much information as we can, as quickly as we can to you guys before the planning board meeting. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
You too. Okay, next on the agenda is item 5, which is annual town meeting warrant. A number of things listed here, but of course not limited to that. Yeah, let's start with planning, since you've been waiting here. So I think there's at least 3 things for you: amend zoning billboard, amend zoning map, and the downtown zoning.
Hello again, Jenny Gingras, the Director of Planning. And I'm also here with a couple of representatives from Upfront. You want to introduce yourselves?
Sure. Amanda Guanello, I'm with Outfront Media.
Good evening, Jim McGrail, attorney for Outfront Media.
Thank you.
Thank you. So tonight I'm here to present to you the article regarding digital billboards. The purpose of the article is to establish a local framework for off-premise digital billboards. State and federal law already regulate these signs heavily, but without local zoning, the town has limited control. We've had some recent industry interest along the highway corridors, which is why Upfront is here. And it made it important for Westborough to be able to define the clear rules through a proposed bylaw. So this change will be under section 8.2 under our existing sign bylaw. And essentially, just a quick summary of it would be that digital billboards would only be allowed by a special permit and then a development agreement that secures a public benefit, which would be done through the select board. What we're proposing is that the digital billboards would only be allowed on commercial or industrial property directly abutting I-90 or I-495, and only in compliance with state regulations. The intent is to strictly limit them to the highway-oriented locations. Most of the core rules already come from state and federal law, which Amanda and Jim will talk about on the next slide. And then it's important to note that the zoning doesn't replace those rules. It just adds a local layer so that the town can decide whether a proposal is appropriate and what community benefits would be required. So I'll go ahead and hand it over to Amanda and Jim.
Yeah, so as Jenny mentioned, the billboard bylaws, they're already pretty heavily regulated, very fairly regulated through the state already and federally, not only for safety reasons, but to control the amount of billboards that you'll see in any given area, which we can appreciate because as a billboard company, if they could just go anywhere, they would be worth practically nothing. So I'll just rattle off a few here. You have to be with, you have to keep it, you cannot be within, 500 feet of an on or an off ramp. You need to be within 500 feet of two businesses. You cannot be 300 feet within 300 feet of a park. You need to be, you cannot be within 1,000 feet from another digital billboard. Cannot be in an area zoned residential, so on and so forth, as far as like the distance that you need to be to and from certain things. But if you apply all of that even to your stretch of 495 in Westborough, there's really not a ton of opportunity. It's pretty controlled just on the state and federal regulations alone. This is without applying any local or town ordinance. So you have a few conforming spots on 495. I starred there in yellow, the spot at 155 Flanders, which was our proposed location. So by putting one there, you actually space out everything around it within 1,000 feet on both sides of the highway. I've got the ramps, everything in red here is a cannot have a billboard zone. And then there are a couple spots in blue. There's one at the bottom there. We actually couldn't find any decent access to it. If somebody wanted to invest in building a road or building some type of access, I think that might have been a Westborough owned easement, but we couldn't really find a way to make that spot work. I guess technically if somebody wanted to, they could, but potentially you have up to 3 spots, I would say, that would conform. If somebody were to put a sign in one of those top spots in blue, that spaces out everything around it. So you can't have 2 spots. You can't have one each in those blue areas there. I hope that wasn't, I hope I explained it okay.
Yep. See, if you put those ones that are
Right. What are they?
across from each other, if you put one on one side, it eliminates everything.
Everything around it goes red. Yep.
Yep.
So taking into consideration the state and federal requirements in the proposed bylaw, it limits it in size, height, and spacing, which again are in line with those state and federal requirements. So the maximum size would be 680 square feet per sign face. The maximum height would be 75 feet measured from the roadway elevation to the top of the sign. And then the minimum spacing would be 1,000 feet from other digital billboards, considering both sides of the roadway. We feel this limits and prevents overconcentration and then protects the visual character of the highway corridor. What we're proposing in the bylaw is not a by right process. The planning board would review each proposal with a special permit, so that would require a public hearing. The select board would then be responsible for negotiating a development agreement to secure that public benefit and mitigation that we'll talk about on another slide. And then the building commissioner would only be able to issue a building permit once those things have happened. So there's definitely multiple layers of review that ensures that town oversight. For the planning board special permit, we do have some findings within the article that we're proposing. Essentially, the proposal can't create a safety hazard, no nuisances, no visual harm, and no adverse impacts on the surrounding properties. And then if these standards are not met, the board would have authority to deny the permit. Again, within the bylaw, it does mention that a development agreement is required through the select board. So that agreement can require monetary compensation, community messaging time, emergency communications, restrictions on certain advertising, and then again, those annual mitigation payments. This ensures, by having it in the bylaw, that if billboards are allowed, the town receives a direct and ongoing public benefit. So I'll hand it over back to Amanda again to talk a little bit more about what that agreement could look like.
Thank you. So in every city and town, we have a billboard in. For the most part, we enter into a host agreement whereby we discuss issues that are of concern to the town, specifically around community messaging, whether it be Amber. We do a lot of work with the police and fire departments. Typically, there are some of our biggest supporters, fire chiefs and police chiefs. And we also work with boards of selectmen and town managers and things of the sort to celebrate events in a town around a sports team or a fine arts group or whatever it may be. And we can even, I was listening to your site plan review discussion about how do you notify neighbors about public hearings and tenants and things of that sort. You could use this process in these boards to do just that. We also, there's oftentimes a misconception that these digital boards only really serve big businesses and companies like Toyota and things of that sort, but it's really 70% of our customers are local customers. So we really serve the local community. They seem to get a big benefit out of it because you're buying in small pieces as opposed to a static board, which you're buying for a specific period of time. So digital boards have allowed for the marketplace to change a bit and allow for small business entities to really play in the marketplace. And, as again, our data shows that 70% of local businesses and small businesses participate. So that's been a real change. We do, we have the 15 hours that we would work monthly, that we would work with this board and the town or whomever you designate. We have agreed, and we can agree in any host agreement to restrict cannabis advertising. We know that's a big issue and a concern in your community, and it's in your zoning bylaw, and we have no problem with that whatsoever. We will negotiate a mitigation fee of some sort, cash fee with the town, with this board, and we can do that. We do that two ways. We can pay you annually, or in some instances, some towns like money, the money up front, so we can make a 5-year payment on day one. I live in the town of Dedham. every city and town in Massachusetts is facing some real fiscal issues right now for a variety of reasons. And so we see this as an opportunity, and if we can get creative with you to be helpful to that process, we're open to that. And then it's up to you to determine where that money goes. There's no restrictions on us as to what happened once we make a deal with the town, and that we have to make a payment to the town. We're out of it at that point. You make that decision as to where the money goes. There's no restrictions or concerns by us. I will also say that Upfront is a publicly traded New York Stock Exchange company, and we have many agreements, and our word is our bond, and our cash is good, and we meet our obligations. Quite honestly, I think that there may be horror stories out there, but never with Upfront. It is a first-rate organization that truly sees this as a partnership and an opportunity to work with the town to provide a community service here. So use this board to help this community, to help small businesses, and to help with the budgeting process in any way we can. As noted, I know that, just to piggyback a little bit on what Amanda said, if this bylaw were to go forward and be ultimately approved at town meeting, some will say, well, it could create 4 or 6 billboards. Really, it would only create one on 495 and one on 90 at the most. Our board's on 495, but what was discussed previously with the previous slide, spacing requirements and things of the sort would basically, it would be a race to see who could get there first, quite honestly. And because, billboards, it's not about quantity of boards, it's about quality of location. And with the quality of location dynamic plus the spacing and state and federal and local rules, this would be a one board dynamic in each locality. The other thing you guard against sometimes, our board is right on the Westborough line. So people driving might not even know wouldn't know if it would be in Westborough or Southborough, things of the sort. So, you go in Westborough, you're basically spacing ourselves. The spacing requirement, it's not a municipal spacing thing. It's a spacing thing. So something to be mindful of as you consider. I know, you've talked about this previous in the community, and I think, we're prepared to try to address as many as the issues that might have been stumbling blocks in the past to hopefully get this over the, finish line this time. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Sorry.
So really just to close with the key points of this presentation, the article is written so that it preserves local control, requires a public benefit, applies strict safety and spacing standards, supports emergency communications, and then provides the strong enforcement tools. So we're happy to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Yes, Sean.
So, a similar bill failed at annual town meeting in 2022. I would imagine, I supported that bill, or article.
Yes.
Bill, article, thank you. Pardon me. I imagine you're going to want to address the differences between what failed in 2022 and what this proposal is today.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
That's what folks are going to ask.
Yeah. And I did take a look at the previous bylaw, and some of what's in the current bylaw was in that previous one. Mostly what was changed is that there was a lot of highly detailed technical things in that bylaw. And instead of referencing all of those, we reference the state and federal requirements because those are already strict, and there's strict guidelines for that. So instead of having it be sort of an operation manual and talking about the different lighting specifications and things of that nature, it references now the state and federal guidelines. And then I made a list here for myself, but both versions had the select board development agreement referenced in there, and they both required a special permit, so that hasn't really changed. And then it just, instead of listing out the specific zoning districts, it changed to say commercial or industrial property directly abutting I-90 or I-495. So it's clear where we're looking at. And in case the zoning ever shifted, we wouldn't have to go back and then revise the bylaw to change those references. But really, I think it's the revised bylaw is a little more clear on what's being required, and also shifts those design standards to just reference what the state and federal requirements are.
And I don't entirely remember what the discussion was back and forth, but I think there was something related to concern of distracting drivers going down 495. So I don't know if there are studies or something that can be referenced that to inform people that whether or not that is an issue. I guess just.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in regard to the messaging, another thing that the previous bylaw had in it was the restriction to cannabis advertising. We cannot require in zoning what the content of a sign is, but the select board could certainly work that out in a development agreement. And then in terms of distractions, there are lighting standards that the proposer would be required to comply with to prevent that lighting distraction. And I believe there's timing requirements on the shifting of it. So
Not, there's restrictions on the flip times and things of the sort, but there's also, this is an issue that comes up across the country relative to distracted driving and things of that sort. The FHWA did a exhaustive study in this matter because they were getting inundated with concerns from billboard opposition groups, so to speak. And these studies came back, and we can provide studies to the community for sure, that basically stated that it was not, digital billboards are not akin to distracted driving. And so, I mean, because it became a safety issue, I think it might have been a byproduct of a lawsuit down in New Jersey. So we can get you that particular backup. And I hear you 100%. That's one of the reasons why I brought up one billboard, because I think 4 years ago when you did this, there was the speculation that there would be 6 billboards. There was also the dynamic of taking static boards and converting them to digital and things of that sort. So we've watched that town meeting that particular night. We're going to watch it again, and we can provide supporting documents to push back a little bit on some of the concerns that were raised. They're all fair concerns, and they're not something that we haven't heard in other places, but they can be addressed for sure. Thanks.
I think that would help your case. Thanks.
Great. Other questions from the board?
Sure, I'll go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ian.
Yeah.
Thank you for presenting this tonight. I do have many concerns about this. You've addressed a few of them. I went back and I took a look at the 2015 special town meeting, Article 5, page 6 of that warrant, as well as the 2021 special town meeting, Article 20, page 7 of that warrant, to better understand the history of this. And I was a little surprised. While I agree that there seems to be some more restrictive pieces to this, which I think is good, because I think that if I remember correctly at town meeting, and even in our discussions leading up to town meeting that year in 2021, there were a lot of concerns about not being restrictive enough. In the 2021 article, there are many things that are far more restrictive than this as it's currently drafted. And to give you an example of that is around not only the lighting, but also the use of static messaging versus motion messaging. Very little content here, much more content in the original article back in 2021. So I think we have to be very cautious with that as far as that piece of it. I do have some specific questions, and I'm just going to focus in on Section E, number 3, which is the owner operator of the digital billboard sign from time to time may operate the sign face as a digital or printed non-digital at their sole discretion. This leads me to believe that there's always the possibility that the operator of the billboard could at any point in time convert that billboard from a automated billboard to a print, which would then cause what to happen with any agreement we have with them in regards to PSA and other, whatever's negotiated by the board in the future, what would happen in that case? And I think it's something that needs to be considered here. I think that that's a risk. And I would say that we need to go back to that original. I'm not sure who the original author of this particular article was. I don't know what that process was between the town planner and the developer. But I think you need to go back and look at it and look for those types of, I'll call them loopholes for lack of a better word. I would also look, I think my sense of the town meeting was they wanted more restrictions, not less. And also go back to the positioning piece of it. While I saw your diagram there as far as locations, the language in here, from how I read it, is really no different than the language that was in the 2021 article. So I don't know how we got from, I think it was 6 or so billboards then to possibly just 1 or 2 in each on each road. I think there needs to be a very strong clarification on that, because I'm not seeing that right now. We can go back and get the slides from that presentation 5 years ago and do a comparison between the two, but I'm just not seeing that. So you can address those first. I do have a few other follow-ups.
And we're not, first, I don't want to be presumptuous. This is the town's bylaw, so we didn't write this, and we're not trying to put ourselves and saying this is what it should look like. So we're open to any and all thoughts and concerns that this board and the planning board may have here, and town meeting members. As it relates to I think what happened, it could be 6 boards now, but when you apply spacing, it's not 6 boards. That's kind of the point I'm trying to make. Even you could find 6, you might be able to find 6 locations that you could put a board up right now, but once one goes up, 3 go away.
Yeah, but between the Mass Pike and Route 9, that's got to be 2 miles. That's 12,000 feet. So, and you got 2 sides of the road. I'm not sure if I'm convinced that you couldn't end up with 4 or 5 or even more boards along that section of road alone. And I'm not even talking about the Mass Pike piece of it. The Mass Pike is interesting because if I read correctly, the way that this is written is that there's only a few properties, specifically Waste Connections property and another property perhaps in that area, that would even be eligible for this. So I'm less worried on the Mass Pike side, but the 495 side,
495 is where we're proposing. We have our understanding with the private property owner. And we've looked at it. There is one other site down the other end that a board could go and not violate any spacing requirements, but you can't get to it.
But your company is not the only company that's in play here. Another company in the future.
Understood. And we said that. I mean, we're saying whoever would go down there would have to build a brand new roadway system in there. So it's a little bit prohibitive, but it's anything. At that point, you could have 2 at that particular. But getting over that hurdle from a cost perspective to get the other location, unlikely it will happen. Never say never, but very unlikely. The other issue you brought up was converting from digital back to static. That is something that our company would never do. And we would not have any problem with getting rid of that language in your bylaw, that proposed language. That it's kind of akin to saying, I'm driving a Corvette and I'm going to go back to a Model T. I think
it would be odd too.
It would be very odd. It wouldn't happen. And we don't, just one company's perspective, no issue with getting rid of that, because if that happens, that would be some kind of, if we all of a sudden revert the amount of money and time that's been invested in digital build, it's kind of like having a flat screen on your couch and then going back to a black and white with 10 inches with 2
I get it.
10 on the top.
Good analogy. I get that. And I appreciate it. Did want to talk a little bit about,
just back to your one, because I do want, you had a point there about the former one being more restrictive, but maybe Jenny can help address it. My understanding was it was because we were putting all the state rules in there. What I understand from what you said is we've eliminated that because the state, there's no reason for us to restate what is already part in our zoning, what the state already restricts.
So
I think that
I'd love to hear a response before I comment
Yeah,
on
that's
that.
correct. And then in regard to the lighting levels, in the bylaw, it's often difficult to provide a lot of detail, particularly to things where technology could change what they look like, which makes it really hard to enforce. So I think in the previous bylaw, it went into the lighting and specified the LED type of lighting. Here, we're referencing the state and federal regulations because those are really what would be updated, and we can't expect to, we can expect to update our bylaw as technology changes and those references change. So it's just a more efficient way of doing it, particularly for enforcement.
Yeah, I would expect, and I'm glad you made that comment. I would expect, just like any other opportunity between state and federal and town bylaws, is it's a continued refinement of what the community wants. And that's why I pointed out, I think there are some more stringent pieces in the new version, this version, but I also think that there's a lot of other stringent pieces, very specific pieces in the version that did not pass 4 or 5 years ago. And I think, again, my sense at that meeting was that residents were looking for more strictness, not less. So, I'm not sure if the applicant's going to be successful, but, I want to see the applicant be as, the possibility of a good discussion is possible, with that.
Absolutely.
So,
And the planning board, we're still taking comments on this, obviously, and our public hearing is scheduled for February 3rd next week.
Yeah.
So anybody that has comments, please submit them to our office or come to the hearing and make those comments.
Sorry.
I'll hold my other questions. I'll let others go.
Shelby?
I can go.
Do you, actually, Mark first. I don't know if Shelby, if you.
Yeah.
So I think it was 2022 town meeting that we brought this, not 21. But
I got the warrant up right here. It's 2021.
Well, it came in fall and then got moved to annual town meeting.
I'm just looking at the one that's posted on the town website. It says 2021.
okay. Either way, I know it well because I was chair of the planning board.
Sure.
And, I'm the one who made the motion and stood up there and defended
Fine,
it.
2022.
Got killed. I got absolutely killed. And we stressed in that presentation a couple of things, that we were only going to get 1 or 2 billboards. We stressed that we were going to get additional revenue for the town, and we still got killed. So I'm just saying that to prepare you for what I think is an inevitability at town meeting. So that's all I have to say.
Shelby?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the comments from the board and the presentation. So thank you to the upfront team and Jenny. Building Mark off of what you just said, my concern here is that the zoning bylaw, while it references negotiations to take place through the select board, I think the voters are going to be hesitant to approve this without knowing kind of that end. At the same time, I realize you don't have an end unless the select board approves it. So, meaning signs a contract. So I just worried that, or you should anticipate those questions, because the town's going to say, so how much revenue are we going to get? And we don't know this because this is a zoning bylaw change. I would like some additional information on the lighting. Jenny, you had responded to me in a question earlier that I posed in anticipation of this meeting. Can you talk about the side glare and the front glare on this particular billboard that's being discussed?
I believe, and Jim or Amanda can talk more about what the state and federal regulations requirement, but there are updated lighting standards so that the light doesn't cause any glare onto adjacent properties. It's an updated technology, but maybe Jim can talk more.
Do we know
about
when that was? Yeah, do we know? I'd be interested to know when that was updated, because I do have a specific follow-on question.
I can get you the specifics on that. The technology is constantly evolving. And, we're not worried about side glare. And there's really we're not worried about glare, period. But there is no side, because it's all, you're going right at it, and it's not facing any residential neighborhoods or anything. But I think the best thing for us to do is similar to getting the backup related to the FHWA study, is we can also get you some lighting information that will answer these questions for you and
Okay.
quickly. So, and then you can,
Okay, I would
we're able to
appreciate-
follow up.
Okay, I would appreciate that. I believe there's I don't believe it's your billboard. There's a billboard off of 495 headed, so it's on the northbound side of 495. It's right on the Methuen-Haverhill area line. I believe it's owned by Murray Outdoor Communications, installed sometime around June 2022. When you are headed southbound on 495, so southbound because it's on the opposite side, so it's facing you, it is so bright and so strong. The height almost is obscene to me. So there might not be any side glare, but man, is it distracting as a driver. Now, I say that it looks like this was installed in June 2022. We are now in 2026. Maybe the technology has changed, but that was obviously approved by, given its proximity, by Mass DOT. And so that is my concern, because I think, quite frankly, while it might have a lot of public benefits, that particular sign, I'm not opposed to digital billboards. I think they're great. Actually, we've got a couple here in town, as you guys probably know, right on Route 9. That particular one is so offensive from a driving perspective. Very distracting, very glare apparent. So that's my concern, and I would love to see some actual imagery of what is being proposed.
Fair enough, and we will take a look at that board. And as you noted, it isn't our board, but we will look at it just to get a comparison, and then we'll send you comparisons of our boards, and so that you can make the comparison.
Okay, great. Thank you, I appreciate that. I believe it's right off of 113 and 495, and that being Merrimack Street, if I have my geography correct.
We did have one more question. So just a question for you, Jenny, and you may not be able to give me an answer now because this is pretty specific. I go out to the town's property viewer website, and I pull up on Mass Pike, just looking at properties that are within the IB zoning, the industrial B zone in that space. And I was a little bit surprised to see that properties across the street from Waste Connections, Harvey's, are also zoned in industrial B. And one of them in particular, just by my look, it looks like it's within the distance of 1,000 feet to the Mass Pike. And it's owned by a private residence, a house. It's on the corner of Morrison and 135 Hopkinton Road. 135. It's a 1.2 acre lot owned by Lillian Delicio. If that property owner wanted or sold that property, could they put a billboard on that property?
If it meets the requirements, so what it says currently is that it may be allowed on commercial or industrial zoned property directly abutting I-90 or I-495, and then also pursuant to the requirements of the state. So I don't know if it would be. I mean, we would have to look at many different factors.
It's IB, it's industrial B zoned.
Okay.
So I don't know. That's my how broad is it? Do we need more specificity in it? I guess is my question.
So one of the requirements in the state and federal regulations is that it needs 2 businesses within 500 feet. So that would also be a factor for that.
Okay, thank you.
Relative to your concerns about specificity, I totally understood. And that's why one of the things that we looked at that we saw in these regs is as pursuant to 703 CMR 3, these your bylaws reference the state and federal regulations, which have a lot of the specificity that you have concerns about. So that is there.
Yeah, so I think to me, it sounds like that somehow needs to get shared with all that specificity or have it available for questions because people are going to ask it. And I think it covers it.
Yeah, I can provide a link on our website to that.
Yeah, just so hopefully people look at it because I think it does cover it. I mean, I like Sean was supportive of this last time. I'm supportive of it now. We get beat up about taxes. We get beat up about finding revenue. We got beat up back then. It's 495 Route 9. It doesn't inflict on residential properties. I think it supportive of it again. I hope it passes. I hope Mark is wrong. I think coming prepared for it. I think it controls it. We have them, and we talked about this. We have them in other places in town right now. This is a spot that is, and by the bylaws, I think protects the town while giving us town benefit. Again, I have no questions for it. I'm supportive of it, and we'll speak to it at town meeting too. Sure. And then back to Patrick too. Do you have more questions?
Yeah, so I just,
Okay.
in my pessimism, I don't want to mislead you. And, I supported it then. I agree. It's one or two billboards that you can only see from the highway, and there is additional revenue. One of the things we talked about last time, and I don't know if it's in this article or not, in this warrant article, about whether you would only have the digital billboard on one side, so one face, or would it be two facing? Okay, because that was something that was specifically prohibited in the last one, I believe. So that may be, if that question comes up, that may be problematic.
So two sides, meaning east, west, north, south, or whatever. Yep.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yep. Yes, Shelby, go ahead.
So, thank you. In the map view that the first presenter, and I apologize, I missed your name, that you provided, is that reflective of the changes, the 495 interchange changes that are in construction?
Is this the map you're referencing, Shelby?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I didn't have a point of reference on this map, so.
That picture references 495 in its pre-construction state before that design build project is undertaken. So no, to answer your
Okay,
question.
and the only reason, okay. Yeah, so the only reason why I mentioned it is you guys mentioned about the ramp area, and I know that ramps are changing or on and off, so let's make sure we've got the future map that is, effectively kind of current state.
Will do. And, this would also be that's where the state outdoor advertising agency comes in, where they would review that particular piece and make sure that we were operating in the confines of their regulations relative to distance from an on-ramp. So MassDOT would send out highway division people to take those measurements and things of the sort as well.
And can you just orient us on this again? Sorry, I was just asking.
I appreciate it. I just
yeah.
want to say that, sorry.
Yeah. No, keep going. Sorry.
Sorry, I know there's a delay here. When we're in front of town meeting, people are going to want to know where it is, and if the map looks wrong, it's just, it's going to add to not a smooth, clear presentation, that's all.
Completely understood. We'll take care of that.
Yeah. And my question there is, can you just orient us on the map that you're showing there? The top is the top Route 9, 495, or?
Yes. The top. What am I?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. I've never done this before.
Yeah.
Well, this is fun. This is yes, that's the 495 interchange.
And then down, the
With
bottom
Route 9.
is
495
Route
Route
9.
9.
Route 9, right.
And then
this
here is Mass Pike.
Correct, correct. Mass Bikes down, yes.
Yep.
And that star that's us, right, Amanda?
Yes.
We are the star.
This does already have some of the ramp in it, or some of the new off-way there.
Right, but we're,
Maybe that's the old one, I guess, yeah.
but this is, we meet the distance requirements from there to there. The star's a little big.
So right now, the star is on a red spot, but you're saying it is allowed there, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a map if we were to, if we were to have our proposed location, everything around it would go red.
We're assuming our location is approved
Okay,
as part of this map. So once we're in, that all becomes red.
okay.
We can show it the other way, if you want. We can show it without making that assumption. We only made that assumption for the purposes of this discussion, but for
Yep.
the purposes of your bylaw discussion, we could provide you something that makes that all blue right there.
Yeah, I think what would be helpful to the discussion is show it what is allowed if we were to do this, and then come to this and say, if something happened like this, not saying it will, this is how it shuts it down. I think that would,
And just
help.
for your purposes, it probably might be helpful if we did that in other locations too, just so we could, we
Yes.
could see it in different places. It just,
that would be helpful, I think.
when we were talking to Jenny, we're only talking about us, so, but I understand your point completely. So
Yeah.
We'll make
So I'm
those,
thinking more, probably less to you, but more to Jenny. I think that would be helpful for town meeting to say, here's what, if we went today and not saying anything's approved, this is what's allowed, but then say, if something was allowed, for example, here, this is what happens, or here, this is what shuts it down.
Yeah, I think it's good. I guess on a real quick follow-up on that, I would like to understand, because I look at the solar panel field and I'm just curious, does the entire lot have to be 1,000 feet away, or does the potential of a second location only have to be 1,000 feet away?
it's not lot per se, it's face of the board to face of the other board.
Okay, because the solar panel field that you've got marked red there, the far end of that, venture to guess that's probably over 1,000 feet. So I don't know if that whole thing would be red, to your point. And that is where I think, to your point, Ian, it'd be nice to see the potentials. And this is where the conversation came up 3 years ago around the number of possibilities.
Yep. I think the solar panel would be too close to residential,
There's a residential neighborhood there behind.
right there. So that would not pass the,
Over to the side, very possible, yes.
Yeah.
That's just one example. My question is really about that's a really long, narrow lot. Like, does,
but I think because it's narrow, that whole street
Yes.
there, until you get up past that, is all residential.
right. Well,
Which would
my
restrict
general question is it the lot or is it where the board is? He answered it. It's where the board is.
Yep.
So,
Thank you. Other questions on this one? Or comments? Okay. Let's move to amend the zoning map.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it.
So on amending the zoning map, I wasn't prepared to do a presentation on that one. We have a proponent of Ferris Development that was going to give a presentation to the board. So I believe they're coordinating right now with your
Okay.
office on when that will be.
So basically that is that result. We've already heard, well, they're going to do it again, but this is the same one that's been proposed
Yes.
prior.
Yep. They're looking to rezone it to highway business.
Just one quick question. Did they provide the article information for this?
Yes. Yep. The planning board voted to place it on the warrant, so that has been submitted for the warrant. Yep.
so I'm sorry, I was distracted there for a second. So we're going to talk about this at a later,
Yes.
when they present later?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a question on that.
Yeah.
So, in the draft warrant, the planning board is listed as the sponsor. Is that accurate, or is this a citizen request?
The planning board is listed is the sponsor, but the proponent is the property owner. So the planning board still needs to discuss whether they will be making the presentation at town meeting, or they'll ask if the property owner will make the presentation. But I believe they're scheduled for the public hearing, February 17th, I want to say.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm sorry, I was distracted there for a second. So we're going to talk about this at a later, when they present later?
Yes.
the planning board is required to sponsor this. That is correct, right? Okay.
Yes.
I'm just curious, when the planning board sponsors it, are they only required to sponsor the article itself and not the article information? Or did they vote on that as well, or is it just the article? The reason why I'm saying is because the language in the article information, and I don't want to put words in mouths of anybody else, but I get the sense that perhaps other people might be thinking the same way. It's just very marketing. And there's no guarantees in most of what has been outlined in there of what they're saying. It's very much like, literally once that is rezoned, they could do whatever they want with that property within the zoning requirements. So I'm just curious if the planning board had any conversation. I was at the meeting, and I don't think there was any conversation about the article information piece of it. And I don't know if there's a legal requirement for them to vote on both, or is there a possibility that information could be refined, for lack of a better word?
It possibly could be refined, but just to make it clear that when the planning board votes to put it on the warrant, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily supporting the article. The planning board still has to vote on their recommendation through the public hearing process. The planning board is voting to sponsor it, to put it onto the warrant for town meeting. They're not voting to support it. They would make that vote at the end of the public hearings.
Yeah, it just doesn't sound like there was a conversation had about the article information, and that would be my concern about it. So, thank you.
Probably something we could follow up with Christie on too.
Sure.
Anything further on that? Not, we'll move to the downtown business district.
Great, thank you. So I believe this is Article 25, when I last checked, and I'm also here with John Gelsich, the Vice Chair of the Planning Board, to help with any questions as well. So again, I'm proposing the updates to the downtown business district zoning. As you know, it came to town meeting in October, and it was referred back to committee. So we did go back and we made some changes. We had sent the select board a response to some of your comments, so you all should have that, and I'm happy to answer any questions related to those comments as well. This has gone through several years of planning, technical review, public engagement, and again, also incorporates that feedback from the select board in the fall. But before getting into the zoning details, I just wanted to just share again why we're here. And really it started with the strategic plan, actually even before that, but really recent in 2018 would be the strategic plan. It identified 2 priorities that directly relate to this article, a thoughtfully planned, built and natural environment, and a fiscally responsible and business-friendly community. Zoning modernization in the downtown was specifically identified as a priority action under these goals. So this article is not a new direction. It's implementing adopted town policy and priorities. Then in 2021, the master plan, downtown revitalization and zoning modernization were established as top priorities. The master plan called for zoning that encourages mixed-use development, promotes walkability, and also simplified the development process to make it more predictable and transparent. The article is also directly implementing those recommendations. So it's not introducing new planning goals, it's putting into regulation what the master plan has directed us to do. And then building on the master plan, we created a downtown plan that was done with extensive community engagement. We've done workshops, surveys, pop-ups, interviewed stakeholders, which we're still actively doing now. And the community vision was clear from that. They want a walkable, vibrant downtown that preserves historic character while supporting diverse shops, restaurants, housing, cultural spaces, and gathering spaces. So again, the zoning changes you're seeing tonight are one of the primary implementation actions identified in that plan. So this slide shows one of the core problems we're trying to fix. Today, the downtown, to do redevelopment in downtown, it relies heavily on the downtown planning overlay district. And just to orient you on this map, since I know it's a little complicated, and I'm sorry, Shelby, I don't think you can see my pointer from you. But this is the Rotary.
That's okay, the narration is great.
Okay, great, thanks. The Rotary is in the center here of the orange. The orange is the downtown business district. The circle is the 2,500 radius around the Rotary. The purple and blue are industrial zoning districts. Here you can see Bay State Commons is right here. The brown hatched area is the Gateway 2 district, as it's currently called. The hatched area here is that downtown planning overlay district. The yellow is the single residential district. And then the green means municipal or state owned. So there's a lot going on there, right? To take advantage of the downtown planning overlay district as it exists, as you can see, the hatched areas are some of the properties that are considered as part of that overlay. And they would have to go to the planning board for a special permit to do any redevelopment under that zoning. To be classified as the downtown planning overlay district, so how the bylaws word is that any commercial zoning district, or I might say non-residential, so that would mean the industrial or downtown business areas, can be reclassified as the downtown planning overlay district to take advantage of the flexibility in development, but they have to go to town meeting to do that. So if a small business wanted to come in and they couldn't meet the requirements of the underlying zoning, they wanted to go do the overlay, they would have to go to town meeting, be reclassified as the overlay district, and then go to the planning board for a special permit on top of that. So overall, the system is pretty complicated for property owners and trying to attract reinvestment in the downtown. So by fixing the system, we're trying to make it more transparent, more predictable, and easier for both property owners and the boards to understand. I'm sure I sounded very confusing even saying that, so. So I tried to, I took your feedback from the last meeting. I tried to really show what this would look like specifically for the downtown. So the brighter orange here is the existing downtown business district. And then this hatched area here is the gateway. So that's as it exists. And then it doesn't show as well on this screen as it does on mine, but the lighter orange area is what we're proposing as being rezoned to downtown. So many of these are, like I had shown on the other screen, these are mostly industrial district zoned. And then some of these down here are single residential. But it's important to note, and I do have online on the website, the list of parcels and what they would be rezoned to. But we also took the time to look at what these uses are that are on these properties. There's multifamily buildings, there's the Masonic Lodge. Those are currently non-conforming in the district they're in. So by rezoning them, we would be making them conforming. So that's really why we wanted to extend this down. And I know there's also some churches that are included down here. We did receive some interest from a couple of the churches, just thinking that should they ever want to reuse their property, even do multiple uses on their property, they're really stuck with single residential. They would have to do a church or a single family home. So this just kind of helps with potential opportunity for them. This slide shows the types of uses that would now be clearly allowed downtown. On the housing side, it would be multifamily, townhouses, and mixed-use residential. On the commercial and public realm side, we added creative workplace, artisanal production, business services, farmers markets, outdoor dining, parklets, and bike share. But I want to note that many of these uses are already allowed downtown today, but they've been grouped in an other category on the use table, which was other retail sales and services. So while they were technically allowed as businesses, it was often unclear to prospective business owners what types of uses were actually permitted. So by listing these uses more specifically, the article improves that clarity and transparency so property owners, tenants, and investors can more easily understand what's allowed downtown. So this slide addresses one of the concerns that we've heard is building scale. The changes we're proposing don't allow for taller or larger buildings that are already permitted today under the overlay. So you can see here in the first column, you have the existing downtown business district, the requirements, and then the downtown planning overlay district, and then what we're proposing to just have the base zoning C. And you can see that all of the requirements are the same as the existing downtown planning overlay district, except for the minimum front yard, where we're proposing a 0 setback requirement for the front yard setback, but a maximum of 10 feet, which keeps it in line with the traditional downtown that we heard people want to see. We did inventory existing downtown buildings, and we found that we do have multiple 4-story buildings already on West Main Street, Union Street, and Summer Street. Allowing 4 stories by right reflects existing built conditions, existing regulatory practice, and what is needed for feasible mixed-use development. And importantly, site-specific design, massing, and neighborhood impacts are still reviewed through a site plan review or a special permit if the dimensional requirements need to be altered. And then just one other broader planning point on height. Allowing modest height downtown is actually one of the most fiscally responsible growth strategies we have for planning. If we don't accommodate growth where infrastructure already exists, that growth goes outward instead, which means more roads, more pipes, and then higher long-term costs for the town. So by allowing development to grow slightly taller instead of wider, we can strengthen the tax base that way, making better use of existing infrastructure, and then preserving open space elsewhere in town. And then from a feasibility standpoint, 4 stories is often the minimum height needed to make mixed-use projects financially viable for developers without pushing the development to other sites where there's open space. I know that parking was also one of the concerns. So it's something that we've recently been talking more and more about with downtown businesses and property owners. We absolutely recognize that convenient and well-managed parking is important to the success of a downtown. First, the downtown has been exempt from minimum off-street parking requirements for many years. And that would remain unchanged. This article would continue that policy. Minimum parking requirements are intentionally avoided in downtowns because they make reuse of existing buildings very difficult, preventing redevelopment on constrained or irregular lots, and then discouraging shared parking, and then undermining walkability, which was a goal of the many plans that we've talked about. But it doesn't mean that we're ignoring parking. With respect to multifamily development, which I know had been mentioned as a concern, developers are expected to provide parking levels necessary to meet market demand, regardless of whether a minimum is required. In practice, most developers still provide parking because their tenants, businesses, and even lenders expect it, which we did talk to many multifamily developers about. The article also strengthens parking management by adding bike parking standards and then explicitly supporting shared and off-site parking. So that, as you could see in the definitions, the off-site accessory parking facility is clearly defined to improve that clarity and enforcement. And then the planning board will also continue to review the parking supply layout and traffic impacts during that site plan review for every project to ensure that the parking still works for residents, businesses, and visitors. So how the process would work, by right does not mean that there's no review. Most new commercial, mixed use, and multifamily projects would still go through the site plan review process by the planning board. Design review board would still review the architectural and signage aspects. Inclusionary zoning would still be applicable. And then we have some design standards in the planning board rules and regulations. We also recently updated our rules and regulations from the planning board to include a development impact statement, which I know was mentioned from the previous presentation, which we absolutely do look at and make comments on as needed. The development impact statement is something new that we require. It's a written analysis that evaluates a project's impacts on and proposed mitigation. So that could include transportation and circulation, water, sewer infrastructure, environmental impacts, housing, economic impacts. And then the planning board usually proposes mitigation measures that would need to be approved and completed before a final certificate of occupancy is issued. And then after that, a building permit would be issued. And while that sounds like a lot as I'm saying it, it's really a streamlined approach to what we do today. So I think this is my last slide, but key takeaways. This article, we feel, modernizes the downtown zoning in a careful and deliberate way. It implements our adopted plans, reflects the community vision, eliminates any unnecessary steps, improves that clarity and predictability, and removes barriers to reinvestment. It also directly supports small businesses and economic growth by making it easier to open, expand, and reinvest in downtown, encouraging mixed-use development, increasing the foot traffic, and creating a stronger customer base for local shops and restaurants. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Open up to the board for questions. They want to start.
Sure.
Mark?
Oh, go ahead, Sheldon.
It's like the voice from above. Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, yep.
Okay, I'm hearing reverb, but okay. Thank you, Jenny. My question is on multifamily buildings, there is no requirement for automobile parking. Did I understand that?
That is correct. That is how it exists
And
today.
that is unchanged from today.
Correct. And I explained some of the reasoning, but it's really, we're not saying that if someone comes to us and they say that they're not going to put in any parking, that we would approve that. Developers do look at market demand. In talking to them, they often have input from their lenders also. They want to be able to create a space that people are going to want to live. And during site plan review, if the planning board does see an issue where it relates to traffic flow or parking, they could ask the developer to modify their plan.
Wouldn't the planning board want that requirement or something that at least would have language that at the planning board's discretion, this may be required? It feels like we'd give you guys some more teeth that you don't currently have.
So in the design standards, how our rules and regulations are written, the planning board can ask for modifications to the plan. There's just not a minimum requirement to the parking. So if they feel like there is a circumstance where like if the developer did propose no parking, that there would be an adverse effect to the community. They could say that they are not going to approve it based on that. But it'd be very unlikely for, especially a larger multifamily developer, to not want to put in parking on their development.
Okay, great. My other question is, how does, and this is the concern I've heard from the community about this article, so it's, I guess, a little bit of a heads up to town meeting, and that is the changes, the potential changes to the rotary, the peanuts or the triangles or whatever. How do the changes here, I guess, is there any correlation to potential changes in the roadway and movement of traffic? Meaning, if this passes, does it accelerate that other process?
No, those projects are separate projects. We are looking for investment in the downtown through the zoning changes. So we would want these changes to happen regardless if we change how the rotary is laid out. They're two separate projects.
Okay, thank you very much for saying. I just wanted to give you guys an opportunity to comment on that publicly, because that has been a question that has been swirling, at least in the circles that I travel in.
Yeah, absolutely. I have heard that, and zoning can be very confusing, which is one of the reasons why we're trying to address it through these changes. And I know John has also made himself available for office hours at the library on Fridays. This Friday coming up, he has some time available between 9 and 11 to answer those questions and clarify that for people, because I know it has been a question that's come up.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, there's a couple things going on in the downtown. You've got the wayfinding plan, which is in process, right? We're working on that. You've got these zoning changes, you've got the rotary redesign, and then you've got the overall downtown plan that we're trying to implement. None of them are directly related to each other, right? They're all separate projects just working in the same area. So the zoning, and I said this at town meeting, and I'll say it again, the zoning that's proposed in this does not impact the rotary redesign. The rotary does not rely on zoning for design. It's just land use. So even if this passes or doesn't pass, the rotary is a separate project that could get done on its own, right? Same thing with wayfinding, doesn't rely on zoning. And the downtown plan is kind of a little bit of everything. So they're all related because they're all downtown, but they are not reliant on each other.
So to be clear, you said it one way, but if I said it the other way, that if this passed, it does not.
If this passes,
if this passes and the rotary stays the same, two separate projects.
If this passes, the rotary could stay the same.
Yeah.
We'll phrase it that way. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yep.
Any more, Shelby, or good for now? Okay, Mark.
Okay, so a couple of nitpicky things first. You have on the very first page a list of the districts, and under conservation you have a footnote 2, but you deleted footnote 1, so I think you need to renumber that to footnote 2.
I'm sorry, which document are you referencing?
Civil warrant.
The Article 28, the 4.1 establishment of districts. Under conservation, you have a footnote 2, but you deleted footnote 1.
Which was related
Under
to
B notes you're talking about?
Footnotes.
Under A.
Is it a track changes version?
Yeah, so
This is the one you posted on your website.
Right, so if it's track changes, the numbers stay consistent because 1 hasn't been officially deleted from the document. So it's still in there, but once you accept all of those track changes, it'll automatically renumber.
Yeah, I do see where you mean, Mark, and that would be
Just read the
renumbered to
document.
1.
I'm
Yeah.
not clear whether that's going to renumber or not, but I want to make sure it does. The next nitpicky thing, I liked your change to the footnote on the conservation, uses, but you have the footnote actually before you even reference it. So on, your zoning district list of uses, footnote 4 is uses allowed remain subject to all state protections under Article 97, but you don't use footnote 4 till after that. And I'm just wondering if you could put either footnote 4 up right in the very big, the actual residential uses where the C is for.
Yep.
And so that it's clear that all of the uses in conservation are subject to that footnote.
Yeah, on the clean version, because this version for the uses, the footnotes were under multiple sections. Like there was footnotes 1 through 5 on one section, and then footnotes 1 through 5 on another section. So it made it really confusing for interpretation. And so I can upload the clean version onto the website, and I'm happy to listen to how I should incorporate into the packet. I tried to show where things were being marked out and where things were being added, but on the clean version, all of the footnotes will be listed in one spot under the whole table, not in multiple sections.
Okay, that'll help,
Yeah.
I think.
So
But I still think that footnote 4 could be moved to the very beginning at the, so it references all of the Cs rather than, all of the conservation property rather than just the ones that say
Right.
yes, because the ones that with an S still would be subject to that footnote too, I think.
Right, exactly. I just kept them where they were in the current bylaw to show where they're being shifted, but
Again,
Yeah.
nitpicky stuff, and I'm sorry to do that, but next one, you have animal kennel or hospital as licensed under MGL's chapter 140. You have a no in the PB. Does that mean a vet could not have an office in the business? I understand the omission of kennels, but I'm just not clear if that also would mean a vet would not be able to open an office downtown.
Yeah, so there's specific types of animal hospitals that would have overnight boarding. It's not necessarily a animal hospital where you would have a visit to the vet where you're not keeping your animal overnight. So that section in particular is in regard to keeping multiple animals overnight.
Just ask the planning board to take a look at that and make sure that, they're happy with the intent there. Then you have a footnote under the dimensional control, tables of dimensional control. Footnote ACE has corner and through lots shall observe frontage and front yard requirements. Later on, it says footnote D shall not apply in the senior living overlay. I assume that should be footnote A.
I can double check the table, but that was something that stayed the same from the current
Okay.
bylaw.
And then if that's the case, well, I would like to, I guess I would need to know the answer to that, but I would like to see that corner and through lots not be required in the business, because I think we've got a lot of small lots down there that are not going to have 100 feet on, a lot of small corner lots that are not going to have 100 feet on both lots. And I think that would trigger special permit. And I don't necessarily know if that should, I would prefer to just have that not trigger special permit, because the point of this is to streamline the zoning and make it easier for these people downtown to do stuff, right?
Yeah, I can relay that to the planning board. I think the reasoning behind that is that, we can't capture every single circumstance or type of lot in this table. So there may be an unusual lot where the planning board should have a little extra oversight through a special permit because of the size. But I do understand we want to still offer that flexibility.
Well, since you brought up the size, I went through your list of lots. It's like 175 lots that are going to be in this zone. And I'm just curious, have we figured out how many of those lots are over 10,000 square feet? Because there's a lot of, I mean, that's a quarter acre almost. There's a lot of lots downtown that would just go right to special permit because they're not 10,000 square feet. And I'm just wondering if the board would consider reducing that 10,000 square feet.
But if there's an existing structure or something like that on the lot, it doesn't necessarily mean that it would need to go through a special permit process. If they're putting something, a different type of use in the business, it
Okay,
doesn't.
but what about story height? Let's say somebody, let's say the Seed to STEM building or the Mike Matthews office, right? They're one story. Both of those lots are less than 10,000 square feet. I would support them building 4-story buildings there. I think that would, particularly in Mike Matthews' office, that would fit wonderfully in the streetscape. But would they have to go to special permit to do that?
Not necessarily. I mean, we would have to look at what they're proposing, but if they're not creating a new nonconformity, then they wouldn't need to go to the planning board for a special permit. So it's an existing nonconformity
that-
on the lot size.
If that's the case, then I'm fine with that. I just thought that because they were under 10,000 square feet, that they would have to go to special permit. So you're saying they
Yeah,
don't?
not necessarily. I mean, we would have to see exactly what they're proposing for it, but they wouldn't necessarily have to go in front of the planning board for that if they're not creating any new nonconformities. The nonconformity exists.
Okay. On the other end of the spectrum, you have a lot of lots that you've moved into that were residential, and a lot of lots that are over 10,000 square feet that are currently single family. I'm worried that a lot of those lots are not appropriate for this business zone. For example, there's a stretch of 4 single families between the Schreiber building and the funeral home. All 4 of those are over 10,000 square feet. They're beautiful single families. I would hate to see one of those taken down and replaced by a 4-story multifamily building. I just, there's other lots. It even came up at town meeting with, I think it was Central Street and Cross Street.
Yeah.
Where people didn't want to see 4-story buildings in residential neighborhoods. And I'm just concerned that, you're actually adding residential lots to this zone.
So there's 3 single family lots that would be proposed to be rezoned to downtown business out of this. I have the list up here for the residential lots that would be affected. Most of them are in between other uses, such as the churches that I mentioned, other multifamilies, the Masonic Lodge, an office building, things like that. So we were trying to keep the zoning consistent. A single family home would still absolutely be allowed. They could have that forever. We're not changing that. If the opportunity came up where they wanted to sell it to reinvest their property and build something that conforms with the zoning, they absolutely could. That would be their right as a property owner.
Which properties would they just, or?
Just gotta plug in my computer, I'm sorry.
And just one more thing about that. If they're historic, if they're over 75 years old, they'd have to go through the historic process, which could effectively say you can't tear that building down.
Okay. My issue, though, is that all of these lots that were in the D-pod had special permit authority, and this planning board had special permit authority that that in my opinion, gave the planning board additional authority to protect the neighbors. And I'm concerned that you're not going to have the ability to say, no, we're going to deny this site plan review because the 4-story height is not conducive to the neighborhood, or the lack of parking is not conducive to the neighborhood. And I would prefer that you started with a smaller zone, took out some of the residential neighborhoods, and then in the future, as we see this successfully develop, that you increase the size of the zone.
Not conducive to the neighborhood is not a criteria we can judge special permits on.
Okay.
They have to be a detriment to the neighborhood.
Okay. Well,
to
then
deny a special permit.
the lack of parking and the story height.
And those can be addressed through site plan, which has a whole host of standards that will address all of those: circulation, parking, safety, pedestrian connectivity, all of those same things that we would be looking at in a special permit process are also looked at in the site plan process. And I brought this up at town meeting as well. The site plan process actually has stricter requirements to approve than special permit does under our bylaws.
So if a developer came in with a multifamily property and you considered it underparked, would you be able to deny their permit with their site?
What would underparked be?
It would be the judgment of the planning board.
So give me an example of what underparked would look like.
One space for 4 units.
Okay. Do they have adequate transportation for their residents? Do they have off-site parking? Are their residents drivers? Are they seniors who don't have licenses? Is it all these different things come into play?
Okay.
I'll just say I've been in the planning world for almost 20 years now. I have asked, and this happened last meeting, I have asked many developers to reduce their parking on their site because I feel like they're overparked.
Sure.
And I have yet to have one developer say, nope, we're going to reduce our parking. There's actually provisions
So
in
maybe
a lot
I'm
of
running.
zoning.
Maybe I'm running. I'm sorry, John. Finish your thought.
There's actually a lot of provisions in a lot of zoning bylaws that say if there is too much parking, you can set aside some parking, have it shown on a plan, but don't build it. So that way, if you built the parking that you have and it turns out to not be enough, we can always develop that extra parking. I've never seen that extra parking get developed.
Yeah.
I asked Post Road Residential, I said, it looks like you have a lot of parking. Can you reduce it or do that? Here's some reserve parking that you're not going to build.
Yeah.
And they said, our analysis shows that we need 1.4 spaces per unit to satisfy our tenants. So given that, any multifamily developer that is going to invest and probably get loans or other investors for millions of dollars is not going to build a multifamily development with too little parking without answers for their tenants of how they're going to get around.
So in response to that, I've seen a development, not a multifamily development, a brewery in town that built a building that was underparked and had to get a variance. So I am skeptical of developers always knowing what's best for the town, right? And I don't understand why you wouldn't put a parking requirement in and give yourself the authority to waive it if you felt like all those other, it's going to be a senior project or whatever. If you felt like it was beneficial to the project to lower the parking requirement or even waive it altogether, I would support that, but I would prefer to see a minimum parking requirement in there that you could waive as opposed to no parking requirement. And that's just me.
Yeah, and I think that's a matter of opinion, and that's just a matter of opinion of how to go about the process. And I appreciate your view on that and your perspective, and that's how it's done in some ways. And in this way, we haven't had a parking requirement in the D-Pod. And so we would be adding something that wasn't there for a justification that I don't see it being there. If we don't have it now, why would we need it without any problems? Have we had any problems in parking downtown?
Well, the one project that's gone through the depot has parking, so we have unsuccessfully seen anything go through the depot, really, other than that one project. So to say that, to say that the parking requirement is successful or not, I don't think we have enough evidence.
It's in the no parking requirement is in the downtown business district, not just the depot.
Well, yeah, but there's no residential property allowed in the downtown business district.
You are allowed to have a single family.
Okay, but not the only multifamilies are pre-existing, right? So I'm not really clear what, enough said. If you want to go that way with it, I'm not going to dig in my heels over it. I told you what my preference would be, and I have no problems with you waiving a parking requirement if you feel like it's better for the project, but I would prefer to see it in there. I brought the last thing I had was, and I brought this up a little bit, was the 10,000 square feet. I would just point out that one of your examples of a 4-story building that I think is a great example, which is Summer Street, I believe it's 11 Summer Street, is not on a 10,000 square foot lot. And so I just not really clear that 10,000 opens up this zoning to enough parcels on that list. The ones that are closer to the Rotary, very few of them are 10,000 square feet.
I understand. That is a current requirement, and right now, if someone wanted to go through the D-pod or something like that, they wouldn't have to get a variance or anything like that from the ZBA. So those lot standards are not changing from what currently exists today.
If I could just also jump in on there, throw something back at you, Mark. You said you wanted to start small and then expand. I think we can look at it the same way with this. We're starting small with a 10,000 square foot lot, right? Minimum lot size. If it turns out that these smaller lots are struggling, we can always amend the zoning to reduce the minimum lot size.
Yeah.
But to make it that small now, without really, I guess, figuring out what the consequences may or may not be, it is kind of safer to do 10,000 square feet and then change it later and have that extra, if there's something that's proposed that's not on there and it would have to require a special permit because it's a non-conforming that's not being
I understand
done right,
that, but
that gives us that ability.
My small is, let's keep it close to the Rotary, keep it maybe between the railroad bridge and the Rotary and down Brigham Street, but not extend it down West Main because I don't really see any changes necessary on West Main. I like West Main the way it is. And in the same respect, not just 11 Summer Street, but 1820 West Main, 2224 West Main. Those are two other examples that you gave me of 4-story buildings that we should be pointing to as to emulate. Neither one of those is on a 10,000 square foot lot either. So I just, when I look at some of the 1-story buildings, the Korean restaurant, like I mentioned C. de Stem, I mentioned Matthew Realty, some of those 1-story buildings I think are going to have a difficult time exercising just site plan, but you made it sound like maybe they'll be able to do something without triggering special permit. I don't know.
If there's a pre-existing non-conform, if the lot is pre-existing non-conforming, it's 5,000 square feet, but it's got a building on it already, and they want to go up, that's not a new non-conformity. The height, if they stay within the dimensions for the height, they're conforming to zoning for height. They're still only non-conforming to lot size. It's also not making the existing non-conformity worse.
Yeah, but what if they want it demolished and rebuilt?
I mean, that may require a special permit.
Right.
And yeah, it may require that. But that's to demolish a building and then rebuild a different building. That's not the question that you were getting at. But some of these uses are going to require a special permit.
Okay.
Hey, other questions?
Sure, I'll give it a go. I applaud the work done by the planning board and Eugenie in regards to bringing these forward. I'm not as well versed in planning as Board Member Silverberg is. I appreciate your comments, and everything you said makes a lot of sense to me in regards to just common, I'll say community sense, not common sense, community sense as to the impacts to the downtown area. I think the antithesis for this happening was a lot of the work that was done over the last year and a half, 2 years in regards to the public outreach and whatnot that was done to understand what the community would like in the downtown area. Being not as well versed in zoning, I do have I guess my questions are specific to this 4.7 section. And I go to the tables, and I in the beginning of the article, it talks about, bolding and italicized, and I see a lot of italicized, but no strike through to indicate what was there previously. So I don't understand, take any one of these. I'll go to under commercial uses, motor vehicle repair services. And actually there's 2 rows there, motor vehicle services station and motor vehicle repair services. I'm not sure what the differences are between those two, but there's several bold italicized, which means there was a change. I don't know what changed from. So that would be helpful to understand that.
Yeah.
If you update this.
At the beginning, it says the deletions are shown in bold strikeout and additions in bold italics.
So it's an
that
addition,
means-
meaning that, for example, under motor vehicle repair services, SP under BB is brand new, didn't exist before.
We never had that definition.
Never had that
Right,
definition.
we've never had that, so it would be in bold italics.
Okay.
So parking facility, performance space, personal services, motor vehicle, because they're in italics, are all new additions.
Correct.
A lot of these new additions really clarify, and,
Right.
there were uses that were allowed, but they're much more specifically defined now, and I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the reasons that was done is you have a general, I think Jenny had said, general retail or commercial use, right? That was what was in the table, and people didn't know what that meant.
Okay.
And that can also, if it's not specifically defined, that can be interpreted by the zoning enforcement official to mean different things based on who it is. So this is providing extra clarity and saying, these are the uses that we're actually talking about when we say retail or commercial use or automobile use, right? There's difference between an automobile repair shop and a gas station.
Yeah.
So we want to separate those two uses so that they're not both automotive uses. And so then you break down the other types of uses into more specific uses to give clarity on.
So to
what's
dig into
allowed.
that a little bit more, with the suggestion of the change to the BB zone, a current, I'll use the 10,000 square foot lot like you are saying, if somebody could tear down a single structure on a 10,000 square foot lot and under special permit, build a new vehicle repair service shop on that?
It would require a special permit for that use,
So,
which is how it currently is in the bylaw.
okay, so, it's currently in the bylaw?
We
I thought
have,
this was
we
new.
have,
Automotive use. So
Right.
that was broken up into 2 automotive uses, right?
Okay.
Because the automotive use was one use. So you take that general use and break it up into multiples. And so the multiple new ones are new. And the other one, that was the general one, is not there.
Yeah, and the one change, if I read it correctly, was that it was an S versus SP, which meant it was special permit by the zoning board. Is that,
the select board for.
or select board,
we
yeah,
had-
which made no sense.
Right,
So this just clarifies it. It's still special permit, but
correct.
it's special permit through the planning board.
Okay.
Right, and I think what Patrick is pointing out is that we had before motor vehicle service station, which encompassed several types of motor vehicle uses. So we broke it out into different ones. So you have motor vehicle service station, which is what exists, but we clarified the definition. We also added motor vehicle sales, and then motor vehicle repair services, so that it was clear that those are different types of uses
But they're all special permit.
in the
They were all
downtown,
under
yes.
special permit before, but under one line. Now they're broken to 3, but they're still special permit. Correct.
So that's helpful. Thank you. To dig into a little bit into the special permit, because we've had a project that's come up in front of the planning board that's currently under discussion with the planning board now around a special permit, specifically the post road. And then John, if I heard your comment earlier, special permit is actually less restrictive than site plan. That actually surprised me. I thought it was the other way around. I thought site plan was kind of almost a rubber stamp in a way, versus special permit allowed the planning board to actually dig deeper into the conversation and require more, I'll say, research and input from third parties and whatnot along the way. Am I wrong in my understanding of those two? Is that
It's kind of a misconception, and generally that's how they're interpreted, right? Because special permits are discretionary. The planning board can say it doesn't meet these criteria, so we're going to deny it. Site plan, you can't legally deny unless it doesn't meet the standards that you're setting forth. You have to allow for them to modify the plan to meet those standards.
Okay.
A special permit, we can just outright say, no, it doesn't meet those standards, we're going to deny it. So when you look at the decision criteria in the zoning bylaw for site plan, it actually has you look at all of this. You make the decision based on the same criteria that a special permit is based off of: detriment to the neighborhood, in conformance with the bylaw in general, and in harmony with everything else, right? Site plan also looks at safety of circulation on the site and all these other things that pertain to site plan standards. So you have the same criteria of it's not a detriment to the neighborhood, it's not inconsistent with the bylaw, and it also meets these other standards that we've set forth locally.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to say it's more difficult or more stringent, I mean, they're really kind of similar. Site plans aren't regulated at the state level. They're only regulated at the local level. Special permits are regulated at the state level. So, you know, you have to meet the state set forth criteria. But
And
yeah,
those special permits require site plan.
right. So
yeah. So just in a sense of time here, I appreciate that. That's very helpful to educate me on that. One question and then one request. My question is around the height, the 60-foot height and the 4 stories. My perception of the comments from the various public input sessions was 3 to 4 stories was acceptable in this area. So I'm okay with that. What I'm concerned about is, as the planning board right now is going under review of the Post Road project, and they're getting, right now it looks like they're going to get a waiver from the planning board in regards to 5 stories in a 60-foot structure. Leads me to be concerned that in this area, there's a very good chance the future planning boards could easily waive the 4-story limit in the future. So I'm concerned, especially when we're talking about residential structure and the potential in this area to increase a significant amount, and then talk about, you know, parking, you know, and all of the additional foot traffic and whatnot in the downtown area. I'm just concerned about that. I don't have a lot of confidence right now in site plan review as a result of that. That's just a comment. Can I
address that?
Sure. Just real quick. I just want to share my one ask was in the current version 3 of the warrant. There are several pages with very little. I mean, they're virtually blank. There's like one line on them, and then there's some pages that have extremely small font. We have a lot of senior residents that come to the town meeting. I can't read a 4-point font myself without a magnifying glass.
Yeah.
So if this can be fixed, I would suggest if there's a way to clean this up in any way in the next version of the warrant, I think it would be great.
Yeah, I'll work with Christy on the formatting. So how it works is, you know, right now I'm sending her the article that I have, and
Yep.
then when it's transferred over, I'm sure the formatting gets all
Just
confused in Microsoft Word, and
something happened there. So I just,
yeah, and on that, I would appreciate any feedback you may have on how to present this. Again, zoning is very complicated.
very-
There's a lot of
yeah.
pages here. At the last town meeting, I thought it was helpful to show the attachments broken down so that it was easy to say, okay, I want to look at the use table, here this is. I want to look at dimensional controls, here this is. But the feedback I heard was that we want it all in one spot. So I did that.
Yeah.
But
I think that is
in
helpful.
some things, like the table of dimensional controls, it's only readable when it's 11 by 17 piece of paper.
Yeah.
And even then, it's small because there's so many things in it. So I'd love to know a better way to do it. I don't know the answer right now.
appreciate that. And John, you wanted to.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, Jenny, but in the highway business, which is what the post road residential is under, there's a provision for a waiver of the height from the planning board. That is not the case in the downtown business
Okay,
district.
that's helpful.
It is a max. So they would have to get a variance to go higher than 60 feet in the downtown business
So there's
district
another
rather
level
than
of diligence there where that variance piece. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you, Jen.
They could get a special permit. We did,
Oh, so they'd have to get a special permit rather than a variance.
yeah, to waive
So
it.
they'd still have to get a permit to change the height. So they'd have to get a special
I'm not talking about
permit.
changing the height. I'm talking about putting 5 stories in the same 60-foot height, which is what Post Road is talking about, right? They're talking about it's a 60-foot limitation with 5 stories is what they're getting a waiver for.
Yes, they are proposing 5 stories, but the height is conforming. So one
Right.
thing that we're trying to point out, and I have a picture up here of the downtown and my rough measurements based on using Near Map, which is a program we have through GIS, is that there's many 3-story buildings and 4-story buildings that are the same height. There are some 3-story buildings that are taller than a 4-story building. So it definitely depends on perspective. I'm not sure, looking at a building, the impact to the viewer, what the 4-story is, if they're the same height, what the difference is between a 3-story building and a 4-story
This is
building.
really cool. I appreciate you doing this because this really amplifies my question. Take this building right here, 30 to 32 West Main Street, 57.43 feet. It's a 4-story building. They go up to 60 feet, right? They're conforming under this new. They could put 5 stories on that property, still being at 60 feet, with a special permit. That's what Post Road is doing.
But I guess the question that Jenny asks is, what does that change? It's still 60 feet.
I'm questioning the number of units because we're talking, this is a residential space. You could have more units. You could increase the capacity of that building by 25% as a result of that, because the special permit could allow that 5th story to be waived. And that's my concern. I'm just concerned. I'm wondering if it should say 3 stories, not 4, but still at at 60 feet, because the potential is then if there was a special permit, then the maximum that would probably be waived is a 4th story, not a 5th.
But that currently exists now under the downtown planning overlay. The planning board can look at a project coming in that is proposed to be 5 stories. And they could approve that.
I get it,
under a
but
special
that's what you're doing right now is you're changing the zoning to change what's allowed. If I understood the process we're going through right
But
now.
it's currently allowed under the downtown planning overlay district.
I know that, but the whole idea here is to improve, right? To make this work better and accomplish the town objectives for, this area. And I'm just concerned again that if you take those couple of buildings that you have right there and somebody said, I buy all 3 of those buildings, and they want to put on a full city block of 60-foot building, they could easily get 5 stories into waived, right? That's a tremendous increase in capacity of residential capacity.
What's wrong with that?
They would need a special permit for that, the planning board.
I agree.
Right, and so they would-
I don't have a lot of confidence in the special permit process because it seems like it just waves things through all the time. It's a very high bar.
I'm sorry, are you saying you don't have confidence in the planning board and how we operate?
No. I'm saying I don't have confidence because the studies typically, there's not a lot of, I'll say, data in the studies that allow for the town to push back and say, that's not acceptable. We said 4 stories, we meant 4 stories.
Well, all right, so I understand your point because I want a parking requirement in because I think a developer could come in and produce a study that says,
Exactly.
I only need this many spaces. So I get what your point is, but the planning board still has the discretion to say this is a special permit. We're not going to waive this.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
And I think that, we elect them to do that. And I would be, separating Post Road because that's a completely different location where 5 stories may or may not be appropriate. I don't have that ability to judge because I'm not on the planning board anymore. But if a 5-story or a 6-story building came in for a special permit downtown, we would have to trust the planning board to use their discretion.
I'm not saying that I don't trust the planning board. I trust the planning board, but the issue is that in the last 2 special permit projects that I've been aware of, the drive-through as well as the post road, there's been
We started on that.
I'm just saying it doesn't seem like it works to that degree, and I'm not, and no fault of the planning board. I just think it's the way the process is, and I think that the town meeting has the ability to set that bar a little bit lower as a town to kind of control that a little bit, and that's what this is all about, is to try to control that. And I'm just concerned about the potential, right? We're talking about large swaths of property here that could be redeveloped into a way that there is a lot of additional residential space. I'm not opposed to creating more residential space. I like the idea of multi-use, multi-level buildings, businesses, et cetera. I love that idea. But I am concerned that we could get 4 stories of residential use on top of businesses as opposed to 3. And that's, I don't know if residents quite understood that in the conversations in the public outreach meetings that could happen. So that's.
But is that, I guess, in the downtown, is that a bad thing?
It could be, because when we're talking about all those parking pieces, right? And if you add 25% more additional residential space per building, some of these buildings are pretty big. Some of these lots are pretty big. You are talking about a significant potential of expansion on that. So it's just, we talk all the time about traffic,
But there's no parking here.
No, I'm just, well, there's no requirement for it.
I guess what I think
there's
is
no
we gotta
requirement for
separate
it.
things
I'm
up.
talking, but we do talk all the time. Almost all the major committees in town talk about the traffic congestion, and and you hear residents talk about it all the time. This has the potential, and who knows, it could never happen, right? This is all potential, right? That's the point, though. It's potential, and as we see developers saying, "Hey, we want to tap into that potential," you could have a tremendous increase in population in that space.
Yeah,
But I thought that's what we wanted to do.
I'm excited for this change, though.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, when I don't see this changing, West Main Street. I see this changing. We have 4 gas stations downtown that I would much rather be redeveloped to fit in with the vision or whatever of historic Westborough.
Mm-hmm.
And if historic Westborough is a gas station, well, I think gas stations belong on Route 9, personally. Right? So I want those lots redeveloped. And I'll mention one of those gas stations is not 10,000 square feet. So, but my point is there's a lot of properties downtown that really need some flexibility, or they're just going to stay what they are.
Sure.
Right? And I would like to see them improved. And I do think that this zoning gives much more flexibility to make to incentivize developers to make that happen. Now, are we going to have to worry about parking? Well, I think, yeah, we're going to have to worry about parking. We're going to have to worry about sidewalks. We're going to have to worry about a lot of things, right? But I think the zoning is a good change.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the zoning. I'm concerned about that height and that potential. That's the only piece that was picking out of this was the potential of
Right,
of
but
that,
Patrick,
of a fifth story.
in 100 years, when you and I are gone, 4 stories might be considered low for downtown Westborough.
Mark, people are going to cringe when I say this, but I absolutely understand that Westborough sits in the middle between the 2 largest, urban areas in the state in all of New England. And that is going to happen naturally over time. The population is going to grow. What I'm suggesting is, though, how do you contain that so to keep the aesthetic of the community and also try to address the concerns of the community around traffic,
Well, the
around
aesthetic of
safety,
the community requires the design review board requirement, right? They're not going to. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
through the chair, I can also address the traffic issue. Traffic is never going to get better, right? Because the only way to get traffic to get better is to get cars off the road. These cars are already here. So I actually take that back. I was wrong when I say traffic will never get better. The only way the traffic will get better is by taking cars off the road, by encouraging public transit. And so if we have enough feet downtown to support a public transit route, that is going to make traffic better. If you continue building out in the neighborhoods and not making downtown denser, you're not going to have that critical mass of people in one area or in one smaller area to be able to support that public transit route.
That's great to hear, and I'd like to learn more about that. So maybe I'll reach out to you and learn more about it. But I don't want to use up any more of the board's time. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mark, you to follow on, or?
Yeah, the one other thing I wanted to mention on the definitions, another nitpicky thing. You have a couple of uses listed in the table where the definition is different. So, for example, you have a definition of a parking facility, but in the table, it's an off-site accessory parking facility. And then you have a definition of a shared transport station, but in the table, it's a single-use shared transport station. I'm just not clear if those should be aligned.
I can take a look at that.
Great. John? Shelby, do you have anything else on this one?
No. No, I supported this in the fall. I support it now. Thank you very much for your work.
Thank you.
Thanks.
If nothing else, I just want to put another sales pitch in for my office hours on Friday at the library from 9 to 11. I'm sitting there. We had a good turnout last time. I think we had like 6 people come and talk for an hour and a half, answered a bunch of questions. So I'll be there again on Friday. Come and ask questions about planning, zoning, whatever, and I'll be there.
So I was going to mention this during issues, but the EDC awards breakfast is Friday morning. So I would, as much as I would love to join you.
There'll be more.
Yeah.
This is the second one. I'll do more in February and in March, but yeah, this is just the next one.
Well, you
come to a
can help
future
them
one.
set up for the miniature golf for that night.
What's that?
You can help them set up for miniature golf too.
Yeah.
And the planning board public hearing for both of the articles we talked about is next week on Tuesday, February 3rd at 6:30 in the Great Hall of the Forbes Building.
Great. Thank you. Okay. What's that?
Debbie,
Oh, this is for,
amend the general bylaws.
okay,
I think this one will be relatively quick. And
Okay.
then the other one regarding transfer of property, we could bring back at the next meeting.
okay. Sorry.
You didn't need to stay.
Debbie's here because the other article for tonight was it's Article 21. I'm sorry, Article 24 to amend the general bylaws, Article 2, town meeting and the procedure thereat. This one is specifically looking to establish a deadline by which citizen petitions need to be submitted, and the deadline is proposed as 60 days before the town meeting date. So Debbie's done a little research on it. She took it to Christy. So if you have specific questions, she's here to try and answer them.
Yeah, so Christy had come down to my office asking me about her thoughts about having a deadline for the submission of citizens petitions, which personally I think is a good idea. I did reach out to the Mass Town Clerks Association. The responses that I got, I would say 60 is a fair average number of days that they require that the petitions be submitted to allow time for the signatures to be reviewed, for the select board's office to look at the petitions and include any departments that are necessary. And so that's really all I have to offer. We do have the increase potential with the home rule petition that is with our legislators. That may increase the number of signatures to 50 that we would have to review if a citizen's petition was filed at the last minute.
And that has happened. And the typical timing between closing the warrant and town meeting is usually around 25 days. So last year, the board voted to close the warrant on February 25th for a town meeting that was held March 22nd. So if the petition comes in that very last day before you close the warrant, not only is Debbie's office scrambling to verify, but you really limit the time for the petitioner to be able to go through the normal process of getting potentially before the board, or if there are other boards and committees that could weigh in.
And I think also, just to add one more thing, Kim, what does happen too is number of phone calls that come in, when is the warrant going to close? When's the select board, and so then, we certainly know that the select board meets typically on the second and fourth Tuesdays. You of course can add any meetings that you want, so It seems like maybe having a date definitive to have petitions in seems like it would be organized and it would have a timeline that everybody could follow. But so I'm happy to try to answer any questions, but that's pretty much it.
Okay. Any questions? Shelby,
I love this.
anybody?
Smart.
Yeah, so now when we get a last minute citizens petition and it sort of, whatever the format it's received in, it goes into the warrant. If it's flawed, is the process now we get them to modify the motion on town floor? Or I guess, how have we handled this? Or I'm trying to think, there's been instances where something hasn't been properly stated for us to.
I don't know that we could change that specifically. I think part of when you establish, if a 60-day deadline were established, part of communicating that is also to communicate, as we try to do now, encourage petitioners to come in to meet with the town manager, if there's another, to meet with staff, and then potentially boards and committees to help and craft that in a way that we don't have those issues where the language may not be legal or things like that. I don't know that that's what the deadline is intended to do, so that then you have a period of time where you can alter it. I think it's more to get it in and get it out there and to have it discussed.
No, I mean, I agree. I think it makes sense to have some sort of earlier date that allows us to do some review of these before. I mean, to my knowledge, the town has never submitted anything on the last day, although
No.
that's just, maybe that's my memory. I don't know.
I think the moderator definitely does a good job if he's aware that oftentimes individuals who may be submitting will reach out to the moderator. He's very good about trying to refer folks to the town to understand the process, to communicate it to Christie or through this board. But I think having that deadline could really help make sure that if someone's bringing something forward, it has proper vetting before it gets to town meeting floor and folks are asked to weigh in with a recommendation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just say I'm supportive of bringing this forward. I don't know what the right duration is, and I look forward to the conversation or the discussion at town meeting over it.
Yeah, I'm similar. I guess I'm struggling a little bit with 60.
So if we
45
were-
seems, 60 would be like
I had a question.
last week.
So if we were looking, I actually broke it out. If we were looking, going by this year, March 21st, annual town meeting, the 45th day would be February 4th, and the 60th day would have been, like you said, January 20th. It just went by.
Yeah.
I had a question on that, Ian. If we set it at 45 and town meeting wanted to raise it to 60, would that be allowed? Or if we set it at 60 and they wanted to lower it to 45? So that's a question for John Arnold, right? Like, which one's more restrictive?
Yeah, would he allow it to go to 45 or would?
So I would
We allow
prefer to
45.
give, like if we go 60 and somebody motions to drop it to 45, is he going to allow that?
Good
And
point.
that's and vice versa.
Yeah, and I'm in the same way. I mean, I think if town meeting votes 60,
So I'd
I'm
rather
supportive
go-
of this.
I'd rather go
motion,
with I'd rather go with the one that can be amended. Right? Like, so I don't want to go in with 60 and the only way you can amend it is to go to 61. Right?
I hope he allows it to go both ways, but I look forward. That's a great question. I think we should ask that question when we have John talk with us.
Yeah, can we just ask that even ahead of time? I mean, but I think it sounds like there's support here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
I think
supportive
that's
of
a
the
great question.
I'm
And I
supportive
know
of the
John would
60
answer it
days,
well.
but
Yeah.
if the town meeting wants to lower it, I want them to, have the ability to do that.
Absolutely.
I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, and I think where you're going is if they can lower it, I think I'm fine with 60, and that allows it to go to 45. I wouldn't want to go to 45, and now we're getting closer to 25. I think my take is 45 is probably the
Right.
minimum I'd take, but I'm fine with 60 if that's what town meeting wants, but I would not want to go to 45 and then only can go
And then
lower.
have
It could go
somebody
to 60.
motion to make it 30.
Yeah,
Right,
and we
like-
couldn't go to, but we couldn't go up to 60.
Right, but.
Yeah, we can get that answer,
If
though.
Yeah, we
that
get the answer.
happened,
We'll
right,
bring it
then
back.
We could argue against it and it would be up to town meeting.
Right, I just want to figure out which way we
Yeah,
go.
we'll bring it back so that you know.
Okay.
I mean, we had a similar discussion at last time, right? I mean, in regards to citizen, in regards to the signatures, right? I would think it would be a similar one where that we'd have that flexibility.
To go either way, but that's the question. Just make
Yeah,
sure that we
yeah.
can. Awesome.
Okay.
But I think the support, it sounds to me, and it's just making sure that we have the right flexibility to move it.
Yeah.
Thanks for.
Awesome.
sticking
Thank you. Sorry to make you stick around.
Yes, thank you for staying, Debbie. Appreciate it. Oh my gosh.
Okay, transfer of property.
Any questions of that?
Which one is this now?
Article 20.
No, it's no question for me.
Right next to Hastings.
Oh, no, this one is, I always thought that that's what we did.
Yeah,
We did
Christie-
it for Hastings, so that's why we bought it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was surprised that we owned it. I thought it was transferred to the school because that's why we bought it.
Before my time.
I have a question. Would this affect the Civic Club sale there?
They're not even using that property right now.
It's the one to the left of that.
They
Where the
use
house was?
They use it school property.
Yeah, I think
Today.
they,
Okay. So they're not using.
Yeah, this is that house that we bought that
No, I know. I'm just not clear where the Civic Club tree lot
is on Hastings.
is relative.
school.
It's on school property.
It's
today.
on school property. Okay. That's fine.
We talked about the other one, but they actually preferred because of parking and other stuff where they are.
That's fine. Okay, good.
Anything else on the warrant that you want to bring up tonight?
Not tonight.
Awesome.
I think there's more to come next time.
Yes, okay. Cool. Item 7, job description updates and amendments to non-union classification plan.
Okay. So I have 3 different items that I'm going to ask for your approval. Let's start with the part-time administrative assistant position in the treasurer collector's office. As was mentioned during the budget presentation, this is the position that we have restored, fall town meeting restored funding to this position. This was possible because we reallocated van driver salaries from the senior center. Now that we're able to fund that with the WRTA reimbursement, we have approval from the AG's office to establish the revolving account. So the last piece here, the position was previously a 25-hour-a-week position, and it was therefore in the clerical union. Because it's now 19-hour non-benefited, it's no longer covered under that union, and so we would need to place it on the non-union classification plan. In addition to placing it at the grade G1, we are also asking to make a few updates which are included in the marked up version in your packet. It's still really the same. It's administrative function. It's really first line at the counter in the window, very heavily customer service oriented. Does a lot with interactions with the public, both by phone, computer, in person. And then also provides some general administrative support in the office. So we just try to better reflect that. So there's 3 separate, I think, motions. I don't know, do you want to take them item by item?
Yeah.
Do you want to make a motion on the first?
Yeah, well, yeah, please.
That's actually the third motion on your list of motions.
The office admin is listed first in the packet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yep.
I could have been sleeping, but I'm not yet. Move to approve updates to the treasurer's office administrative assistant job description as presented, and further to clarify the 19-hour per week position at grade 1 on the non-union classification plan.
Second.
Okay, any comments or questions? Okay, roll call vote. Shelby?
Marshall, yes.
Mark?
Silverberg, yes.
Keo, yes.
Welch, yes.
And Johnson, yes, 5-0, 5 being present.
Okay.
Number 2.
The next one, we have the part-time community development assistant. This is the position that supports the Community Preservation Committee, the Zoning Board, and the Historical Commission. This position was pulled into the non-union compensation schedule at a grade G2 when we moved the incumbent onto that plan July 1st of 2025. The position is now vacant. Before we repost it, we again reviewed the position description against our rating criteria, and it's an administrative assistant position. We feel it's better suited based on the criteria to be at a grade 1. So not proposing any changes to the job description. It's a relatively new job description, just looking to appropriately classify it at G1 before we post the ad.
Move to amend the part-time community development position classification from grade 2 to grade 1 on the non-union classification plan.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, question?
Yeah, so
Yeah, just,
Well, Shelby, just a minute, Mark first, and then you.
oh,
Sorry.
sorry.
I'm a little confused because the administrative assistant one that we had before had the job code non-union G1, but this has a job code H2.
This is the current job description. It will be amended to be grade
That
1.
answers my question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, Shelby.
And I should know this, but are we going, is grade 2 higher than 1 or
Correct.
1 higher than 2?
Correct. Grade 2 is higher.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving to second. Other questions? If not, roll call vote. Shelby?
Marshall, yes.
Mark?
Silverberg, yes.
Keo, yes.
Welch, yes.
And Johnson, yes, 5-0, 5 being present.
And the last request is to amend the senior center program and volunteer coordinator position. The job description is attached in a markup version. The position is currently vacant, and we do have a new senior center director who's reviewed it, and we've made some tweaks to the position description. This position is more focused on programming specifically to meet the goals of expanding the variety of programming. Programming is now held at the senior center, at the community center, and part of this through the senior needs assessment, there's a real interest in both programming type and this position is also a key position in advertising and promoting the programming to try and expand the number of seniors who are partaking. So you will note one of the proposed changes is we are proposing to drop volunteer from the title and refer to it as a program and media coordinator because this position will have responsibility for helping with the newsletter, helping to promote. We stayed away from marketing or communications in the title, so that's where we landed with media.
Ask a question.
Yep, go ahead.
So I like the change. To be honest with you, the title doesn't land with me at all. I actually had to, when I was like, what's a media coordinator as it relates to this position? And so I read through the whole job description. It feels more like external community relations and I feel like that is a more relatable concept than media coordinator. Sounds very technical.
Okay.
So that's just feedback from a job market perspective.
So were you proposing senior center program and community relations coordinator?
Yeah, something along those lines. And if the board, I mean, obviously want to hear from everyone. I mean, it's really feedback. It's a recommendation. So I'd be fine to approve it with an either or, if that makes sense. But I feel like media coordinator honestly will scare a lot of people off. But maybe I'm not trendy.
No, I think that's fair.
No, it actually, the reason I was hesitating and not recognizing you is I was struggling with the volunteer and reading through this again because I was saying I was moving to another role, but that's still part of this role.
It's still part of it, but several of the volunteer programs that this position formerly coordinated, we no longer have the volunteer transportation program. We now have Bay Path, which is the Meals on Wheels is coordinating their volunteers. These are things that we had a greater role in the past. The volunteer coordination is really specific. It's still important and it's critical to their operations, but it's on a different scale than it has been in the past. So that's why we pulled it out.
Yeah, but I think pulling it out, so I kind of lean towards when you go there and just put media, I think something like community relations resonates because it's more encompassing too. So I agree. I didn't know what media. I actually, unfortunately, I didn't even notice that because I was just reading it as it's still going to be senior center. It's not my fault, but yeah, I'm not a.
I actually thought that this was somehow being tied into Westborough TV when I read it. That's why I was like, wait, what's happening here? When I read media, so.
I welcome suggestions. If when I talked to Kendra, this was one she had seen somewhere and it was hard to come up with other ones. So
is the media and the volunteer piece a function of the programs that they're coordinating?
I think the newsletter is more than just the programs that they're coordinating. It's a part of it, but I wouldn't say exclusively.
I was wondering if it could be simplified down to senior center program coordinator.
I think the thought here too is we had a lot in the needs assessment implementation plan around expanding communication and out to the community. And I think this position was viewed in part by virtue of being tied to the programming as also being a position that would be well suited to help with communication on a number of fronts.
Yeah, I think it's very specific in here about the language added about promotional for programs, but also news releases, newsletters, flyers, posters, program for special events, doing the website, all this other stuff.
Those to me, though, speak to artifacts of the program itself, meaning they're part of what you do when you create a program is you do all of those media pieces and you do the coordination. When you're a program manager, you do all of that and you coordinate and you communicate. But
it's not just program. It's also services and other stuff. So which
I constitute those as specialized programs, but that's okay.
Would you be open to approving it as program coordinator for the time being so that we could post it and then potentially come back with the
name? Yes.
The name change?
Sure.
I'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see why we can't simplify it to just program
Well,
coordinator.
there's actually a reason.
Okay.
We have other program coordinator titles that are in the recreation department, and they're different functions and different grades based on using. So.
Well, how about this? Can we?
How about, sorry.
So actually, I was going to suggest why don't we go with what is proposed now, but as a takeaway to come back with.
How about program and public relations coordinator?
Let's just let him come back with other suggestions.
Yeah.
So we just
I'll
go
talk
with
to
can we just
Kendra.
go with program and media? Right now, we program and volunteer.
Sure. So go with program and media, and we'll swap out media.
And swap out media when we come up with,
Okay.
if we can come up with a better one.
And
But at least
Shelby,
to
I
get it
can be
posted.
sure that the job ad is clear what media means or maybe does not mean.
Yeah. Kim, I'm gonna send you something right now you can take back, okay?
Thank you.
Does that work though for everybody if we just go with what was proposed and then we look to modify
No
it?
sense to
soon?
wordsmith right now.
Right.
Move to approve updates to the Senior Center Program and Media Coordinator job description as presented, and further to increase the position hours from 32 to 40 hours per week.
Seconded.
Any further comments or
1
questions?
second, Kim had a comment.
I'm sorry, that was the other piece that I didn't mention. We did propose and budgeted for the position to go to 40 hours on July 1. And the impact won't be the full $14,000 that was in the budget presentation because we reduced hours in other positions. We also have some vacancies in the current year, so we could actually cover the cost of the additional expense of moving to 40 hours when we post it. So I wanted to be completely transparent. It is not currently 40, it's 32. We had proposed July 1, but the ask is,
But that's not in, our motion is to go to 32 to 40. To me, if you hire it, it's covered by our motion.
Yeah.
okay.
To go to 40
It's good to
hours
hear
when you
that
hire
that's
it.
worked out.
Yep,
So,
I think the transparency is good, but I think that's covered under the motion as we have it. Okay, roll call vote. Shelby?
Marshall, yes.
Silverberg, yes.
Keo, yes.
Welch, yes.
And Johnson, yes. 5-0, 5 being present. Okay, town manager
Thanks, Kim.
report.
We just, all right, just briefly, two departments in the police department. We have two new hires who started January 12th and 13th, Rio Ferguson and Stevie Larman. Both will attend the Worcester Police Academy beginning yesterday. In the fire department, the department was recently awarded a $5,000 grant from FM Global in Rhode Island that they are using to enhance their community risk reduction programs and fire prevention. We also have a new firefighter, Anthony Dorenzo, starting Monday, the 2nd of February. That's it for
Great.
me.
Thank you. Okay, issues and correspondence of the select board. Patrick?
I will just say, attended the planning board meeting this past week. Lengthy planning board meeting, a lot of great discussion had about some important issues, and I just encourage all, because there's been a lot of questions about those projects, to watch on Westborough TV via YouTube, and I think there's a lot of questions that will be answered. So, yep, that's all I want to share.
Great. John?
Library Building Committee met last week. Project is still on target for occupancy next September. There have been some small change orders, and there was one discussed that will be reviewed over the course of the month related to the pipes coming from the HVAC system. So there may be need for an additional meeting this month, but currently project is still on under budget and on time.
Great. Mark?
I think we mentioned the putt for the library fundraiser is this Friday night, and then that'll be the one with adult beverages, and then there'll be another event Saturday
For all ages.
for all ages. And then my only other issue, you'll be glad to know, is there is an affordable housing opportunity at 1012 Bradish Lane. Sale price is $250. You must meet income and asset guidelines. It's a 2-bedroom, so 2 people. The income requirement is about $80,000. So, and that if you're interested in more info on that, is go to mcohousingservices.com.
Great. Thank you. Shelby?
I think it was already mentioned, the EDC awards breakfast is on Friday at 8 o'clock in the Great Hall, and congratulations to those who will be awarded that day. You can watch the replay and I think live on Westborough TV.
Great. I have nothing additional to add tonight, so I think that concludes those. Just to know, we do have a Trustees of Soldiers Memorial coming up this coming Monday. We haven't met per schedule in a few months, so that will be a good meeting for that, and I'll have updates following that. Executive session. I think,
Mr. Chair, can I ask
Yes.
a quick question?
yep,
There was just a suggestion from our assistant town manager on a name. If we can clear it up tonight, she's suggesting program and engagement coordinator.
And the credit goes to Shelby.
I don't know if we just want to clear it up now.
Okay.
I'll
There's a
make a
proposal on
motion
the
to
table.
Given they
revise,
liked it until you said that. No, I'm just kidding.
make a motion to revise the job title from program and I'm sorry, program and media coordinator to program and engagement coordinator.
Seconded.
Okay, any further discussion? Not Shelby,
Oh,
roll call
yes,
vote.
Marshall, yes.
Silverberg, yes.
Keo, yes.
Welch, yes.
And Johnson, yes, 5-0, 5 being present. Okay, sorry, clear that up now. Motion for executive session. I'm assuming that because we had other things, but correct me if I'm wrong, I'm thinking we just have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 item, which relates to CarMax. The strategy session for police chief and minutes. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So if somebody wants to,
You want to read that?
sure.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Sean. Sounds like you're ready.
Sure. Move to executive session under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation regarding CarMax Auto Superstores, Inc. versus Town of Westborough, Worcester Superior Court, case number 2585, CV013810. If the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations and contract negotiations with non-union personnel. Todd Minardi. If the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position. And under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, to act under the authority of the Select Board to approve executive session minutes of January 13th and January 21st, 2026.
There's a question. I'm thinking that the one for I know it's in our motion, but for the one for Todd Minardi should be negotiating position, not litigating position.
Negotiation.
If we could change that.
I think it is negotiating, right? I'm just.
No, it does say litigating, but I think it should say it is negotiating.
Oh, on
We're
the
not
town's negotiating position, yes,
Yeah,
the
you're
last
related.
part there.
litigating. Yep.
Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations and contract negotiations with non-union personnel. Todd Minardi, if the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's negotiating position.
Thank you. And I declare that an open session would have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating and negotiating positions, and also that we will not be returning to open session at the conclusion of this executive session. Can I have a second for the motion?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Shelby?
Marshall, yes.
Mark?
Silverberg, yes.
Keo, yes.
Patrick?
Welch, yes.
And Johnson, yes. Thank you to Westborough TV. We are now moving out of open session into executive session.